Section 15 of Discourses, Biological and Geological by Thomas Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. A lobster, or the study of zoology, continued. Turning from these purely morphological considerations, let us now examine into the manner in which the attentive study of the lobster impels us into other lines of research. Lobsters are found in all the European seas, but on the opposite shores of the Atlantic and in the seas of the southern hemisphere they do not exist. They are, however, represented in these regions by very closely allied but distinct forms, the Homarus americanus and the Homarus capensis, so that we may say that the European has one species of Homarus, the American another, the African another, and thus the remarkable facts of geographical distribution begin to dawn upon us. Again, if we examine the contents of the earth's crust, we shall find in the latter of those deposits which have served as the great burying ground of past ages numberless lobster-like animals, but none so similar to our living lobster as to make geologists sure that they belonged even to the same genus. If we go still further back in time, we discover in the oldest rocks of all the remains of animals constructed on the same general plan as the lobster, and belonging to the same great group of Crustacea, but for the most part totally different from the lobster, and indeed from any other living form of crustacean. And thus we gain a notion of that successive change of the animal population of the globe in past ages, which is the most striking fact revealed by geology. Consider now where our inquiries have led us. We studied our type morphologically when we determined its anatomy and its development, and when comparing it in these respects with other animals, we made out its place in the system of classification. If we were to examine every animal in a similar manner, we should establish a complete body of zoological morphology. Again, we investigated the distribution of our type in space and in time, and if the like had been done with every animal, the sciences of geographical and geological distribution would have attained their limit. But you will observe one remarkable circumstance, that up to this point the question of the life of these organisms has not come under consideration. Morphology and distribution might be studied almost as well if animals and plants were a peculiar kind of crystals, and possessed none of those functions which distinguish living beings so remarkably. But the facts of morphology and distribution have to be accounted for, and the science, the aim of which is to account for them, is physiology. Let us return to our lobster once more. If we watched the creature in its native element, we should see it climbing actively the submerged rocks among which it delights to live by means of its strong legs, or swimming by powerful strokes of its great tail, the appendages of the sixth joint of which are spread out into a broad fan-like propeller. Seize it, and it will show you that its great claws are no mean weapons of offence. Suspend a piece of carrion among its haunts, and it will greedily devour it, tearing and crushing the flesh by means of its multitudinous jaws. Suppose that we had known nothing of the lobster but as an inert mass, an organic crystal, if I may use the phrase, and that we could suddenly see it exerting all these powers. What wonderful new ideas and new questions would arise in our minds! The great new question would be, how does all this take place? The chief new idea would be the idea of adaptation to purpose, the notion that the constituents of animal bodies are not mere unconnected parts, but organs working together to an end. Let us consider the tail of the lobster again from this point of view. Morphology has taught us that it is a series of segments composed of homologous parts which undergo various modifications, beneath and through which a common plan of formation is discernible. But if I look at the same part physiologically, I see that it is a most beautifully constructed organ of locomotion, by means of which the animal can swiftly propel itself either backwards or forwards. But how is this remarkable propulsive machine made to perform its functions? If I was suddenly to kill one of these animals and to take out all the soft parts, I should find the shell to be perfectly inert, to have no more power of moving itself than is possessed by the machinery of a mill when disconnected from its steam engine or water wheel. But if I were to open it and take out the viscera only, leaving the white flesh, I should perceive that the lobster could bend and extend its tail as well as before. If I were to cut off the tail, I should cease to find any spontaneous motion in it, but on pinching any portion of the flesh, I should observe that it underwent a very curious change, each fibre becoming shorter and thicker. By this act of contraction, as it is termed, the parts to which the ends of the fibre are attached are, of course, approximated, and according to the relations of their points of attachment to the centres of motions of the different rings, the bending or the extension of the tail results. Close observation of the newly opened lobster would soon show that all its movements are due to the same cause, the shortening and lengthening of these fleshy fibres, which are technically called muscles. Here, then, is a capital fact. The movements of the lobster are due to muscular contractility. But why does a muscle contract at one time and not at another? Why does one whole group of muscles contract when the lobster wishes to extend his tail, and another group when he wishes to bend it? What is it originates, directs, and controls the motive power? Experiment, the great instrument for the ascertainment of truth in physical science, answers this question for us. In the head of the lobster there lies a small mass of that peculiar tissue which is known as nervous substance. Cords of similar matter connect this brain of the lobster directly or indirectly with the muscles. Now, if these communicating cords are cut, the brain remaining entire, the power of exerting what we call voluntary motion in the parts below the section is destroyed. And on the other hand, if the cords remaining entire, the brain mass be destroyed, the same voluntary mobility is equally lost. Whence the inevitable conclusion is that the power of originating these motions resides in the brain and is propagated along the nervous cords. In the higher animals, the phenomena which attend this transmission have been investigated, and the exertion of the peculiar energy which resides in the nerves has been found to be accompanied by a disturbance of the electrical state of their molecules. If we could exactly estimate the signification of this disturbance, if we could obtain the value of a given exertion of nerve force by determining the quantity of electricity or of heat of which it is the equivalent, if we could ascertain upon what arrangement or other condition of the molecules of matter the manifestation of the nervous and muscular energies depends, and doubtless science will some day or other ascertain these points, physiologists would have attained their ultimate goal in this direction. They would have determined the relation of the motor force of animals to the other forms of force found in nature. And if the same process had been successfully performed for all the operations which are carried on in and by the animal frame, physiology would be perfect, and the facts of morphology and distribution would be deducible from the laws which physiologists had established, combined with those determining the condition of the surrounding universe. There is not a fragment of the organism of this humble animal whose study would not lead us into regions of thought as large as those which I have briefly opened up to you. But what I have been saying, I trust, has not only enabled you to form a conception of the scope and purport of zoology, but has given you an imperfect example of the manner in which, in my opinion, that science, or indeed any physical science, may be best taught. The great matter is to make teaching real and practical by fixing the attention of the student on particular facts, but at the same time it should be rendered broad and comprehensive by constant reference to the generalization of which all particular facts are illustrations. The lobster has served as a type of the whole animal kingdom, and its anatomy and physiology have illustrated for us some of the greatest truths of biology. The student who has once seen for himself the facts which I have described has had their relations explained to him, and has clearly comprehended them, has so far a knowledge of zoology which is real and genuine, however limited it may be, and which is worth more than all the mere reading knowledge of the science he could ever acquire. His zoological information is so far knowledge, and not mere hearsay. And if it were my business to fit you for the certificate in zoological science granted by this department, I should pursue a course precisely similar in principle to that which I have taken tonight. I should select a freshwater sponge, a freshwater polyp or a cyanea, a freshwater mussel, a lobster, a fowl, as types of the 5 primary divisions of the animal kingdom. I should explain their structure very fully, and show how each illustrated the great principles of zoology. Having gone very carefully and fully over this ground, I should feel that you had a safe foundation, and I should then take you in the same way, but less minutely, over similarly selected illustrative types of the classes, and then I should direct your attention to the special forms enumerated under the head of types in this syllabus, and to the other facts there mentioned. That would, speaking generally, be my plan. But I have undertaken to explain to you the best mode of acquiring and communicating a knowledge of zoology, and you may therefore fairly ask me for a more detailed and precise account of the manner in which I should propose to furnish you with the information I refer to. My own impression is that the best model for all kinds of training in physical science is that afforded by the method of teaching anatomy in use in the medical schools. This method consists of 3 elements: lectures, demonstrations, and examinations. The object of lectures is, in the first place, to awaken the attention and excite the enthusiasm of the student, and this, I am sure, may be effected to a far greater degree by the oral discourse and by the personal influence of a respected teacher than in any other way. Secondly, lectures have the double use of guiding the student to the salient points of a subject, and at the same time forcing him to attend to the whole of it, and not merely to that part which takes his fancy. And lastly, lectures afford the student the opportunity of seeking explanations of those difficulties which will, and indeed ought to, arise in the course of his studies. What books shall I read is a question constantly put by the student to the teacher. My reply usually is none. Write your notes out carefully and fully. Strive to understand them thoroughly. Come to me for the explanation of anything you cannot understand, and I would rather you did not distract your mind by reading. A properly composed course of lectures ought to contain fully as much matter as a student can assimilate in the time occupied by its delivery, and the teacher should always recollect that his business is to feed and not to cram the intellect. Indeed, I believe that a student who gains from a course of lectures the simple habit of concentrating his attention on a definitely limited series of facts until they are thoroughly mastered has made a step of immeasurable importance. But however good lectures may be, and however extensive the course of reading by which they are followed up, they are but accessories to the great instrument of scientific teaching, demonstration. If I insist unweariedly, nay fanatically, upon the importance of physical science as an educational agent, it is because the study of any branch of science, if properly conducted, appears to me to fill up a void left by all other means of education. I have the greatest respect and love for literature. Nothing would grieve me more than to see literary training other than a very prominent branch of education. Indeed, I wish that a real literary discipline were far more attended to than it is. But I cannot shut my eyes to the fact that there is a vast difference between men who have had a purely literary and those who have had a sound scientific training. Seeking for the cause of this difference, I imagine I can find it in the fact that in the world of letters, learning and knowledge are one, and books are the source of both. Whereas in science, as in life, learning and knowledge are distinct, and the study of things and not of books is the source of the latter. All that literature has to bestow may be obtained by reading and by practical exercise in writing and in speaking. But I do not exaggerate when I say that none of the best gifts of science are to be won by these means. On the contrary, the great benefit which a scientific education bestows, whether as training or as knowledge, is dependent upon the extent to which the mind of the student is brought into immediate contact with facts, upon the degree to which he learns the habit of appealing directly to nature, and of acquiring through his senses concrete images of those properties of things which are and always will be but approximately expressed in human language. Our way of looking at nature and of speaking about her varies from year to year, but a fact once seen, a relation of cause and effect once demonstratively apprehended, are possessions which neither change nor pass away, but, on the contrary, form fixed centres, about which other truths aggregate by natural affinity. Therefore, the great business of the scientific teacher is to imprint the fundamental, irrefragable facts of his science, not only by words upon the mind, but by sensible impressions upon the eye and ear and touch of the student in so complete a manner that every term used or law enunciated should afterwards call up vivid images of the particular structural or other facts which furnished the demonstration of the law or the illustration of the term. Now, this important operation can only be achieved by constant demonstration, which may take place to a certain imperfect extent during a lecture, but which ought also to be carried on independently and which should be addressed to each individual student, the teacher endeavouring not so much to show a thing to the learner as to make him see it for himself. I am well aware that there are great practical difficulties in the way of effectual zoological demonstrations. The dissection of animals is not altogether pleasant and requires much time. Nor is it easy to secure an adequate supply of the needful specimens. The botanist has here a great advantage. His specimens are easily obtained, are clean and wholesome, and can be dissected in a private house as well as anywhere else. And hence, I believe, the fact that botany is so much more readily and better taught than its sister science. But be it difficult or be it easy, if zoological science is to be properly studied, demonstration, and consequently dissection, must be had. Without it, no man can have a really sound knowledge of animal organisation. A good deal may be done, however, without actual dissection on the student's part, by demonstration upon specimens and preparations. And in all probability it would not be very difficult, were the demand sufficient, to organise collections of such objects sufficient for all the purposes of elementary teaching at a comparatively cheap rate. Even without these, much might be effected if the zoological collections which are open to the public were arranged according to what has been termed the typical principle, that is to say, if the specimens exposed to public view were so selected that the public could learn something from them, instead of being, as at present, merely confused by their multiplicity. For example, the grand ornithological gallery at the British Museum contains between 2,000 and 3,000 species of birds, and sometimes 5 or 6 specimens of a species. They are very pretty to look at, and some of the cases are indeed splendid. But I will undertake to say that no man but a professed ornithologist has ever gathered much information from the collection. Certainly no one of the tens of thousands of the general public who have walked through the gallery ever knew more about the essential peculiarities of birds when he left the gallery than when he entered it. But if somewhere in that vast hall there were a few preparations exemplifying the leading structural peculiarities and the mode of development of a common fowl, if the types of the genera, the leading modifications in the skeleton, in the plumage at various ages, in the mode of nidification and the like among birds were displayed, and if the other specimens were put away in a place where the men of science, to whom they are alone useful, could have free access to them, I can conceive that this collection might become a great instrument of scientific education. The last implement of the teacher to which I have adverted is examination, a means of education now so thoroughly understood that I need hardly enlarge upon it. I hold that both written and oral examinations are indispensable, and by requiring the description of specimens, they may be made to supplement demonstration. Such is the fullest reply the time at my disposal will allow me to give to the question, how may a knowledge of zoology be best acquired and communicated? But there is a previous question which may be moved, and which, in fact, I know many are inclined to move. It is the question, why should teachers be encouraged to acquire a knowledge of this or any other branch of physical science? What is the use, it is said, of attempting to make physical science a branch of primary education? Is it not probable that teachers, in pursuing such studies, will be led astray from the acquirement of more important but less attractive knowledge? And even if they can learn something of science without prejudice to their usefulness, what is the good of their attempting to instil that knowledge into boys whose real business is the acquisition of reading, writing, and arithmetic? These questions are and will be very commonly asked, for they arise from that profound ignorance of the value and true position of physical science, which infests the minds of the most highly educated and intelligent classes of the community. But if I did not feel well assured that they are capable of being easily and satisfactorily answered, that they have been answered over and over again, and that the time will come when men of liberal education will blush to raise such questions, I shall be ashamed of my position here tonight. Without doubt, it is your great and very important function to carry out elementary education. Without question, anything that should interfere with the faithful fulfilment of that duty on your part would be a great evil. And if I thought that your acquirement of the elements of physical science and your communication of those elements to your pupils involved any sort of interference with your proper duties, I should be the first person to protest against your being encouraged to do anything of the kind. But is it true that the acquisition of such a knowledge of science as is proposed, and the communication of that knowledge, are calculated to weaken your usefulness? Or may I not rather ask, is it possible for you to discharge your functions properly without these aids? What is the purpose of primary intellectual education? I apprehend that its first object is to train the young in the use of those tools wherewith men extract knowledge from the ever-shifting succession of phenomena which pass before their eyes, and that its second object is to inform them of the fundamental laws which have been found by experience to govern the course of things, so that they may not be turned out into the world naked, defenceless, and a prey to the events they might control. A boy is taught to read his own and other languages in order that he may have access to infinitely wider stores of knowledge than could ever be opened to him by oral intercourse with his fellow men. He learns to write that his means of communication with the rest of mankind may be indefinitely enlarged, and that he may record and store up the knowledge he acquires. He is taught elementary mathematics, that he may understand all those relations of number and form upon which the transactions of men associated in complicated societies are built, and that he may have some practice in deductive reasoning. All these operations of reading, writing, and ciphering are intellectual tools whose use should, before all things, be learned, and learned thoroughly, so that the youth may be enabled to make his life that which it ought to be, a continual progress in learning and in wisdom. But, in addition, primary education endeavours to fit a boy out with a certain equipment of positive knowledge. He is taught the great laws of morality, the religion of his sect, so much history and geography as will tell him where the great countries of the world are, what they are, and how they have become what they are. Without doubt, all these are most fitting and excellent things to teach a boy. I should be very sorry to omit any of them from any scheme of primary intellectual education. The system is excellent, so far as it goes. But if I regard it closely, a curious reflection arises. I suppose that 1500 years ago, the child of any well-to-do Roman citizen was taught just these same things, reading and writing in his own and perhaps the Greek tongue, the elements of mathematics, and the religion, morality, history, and geography current in his time. Furthermore, I do not think I err in affirming that if such a Christian Roman boy, who had finished his education, could be transplanted into one of our public schools and pass through its course of instruction, he would not meet with a single unfamiliar line of thought, Amidst all the new facts he would have to learn, not one would suggest a different mode of regarding the universe from that current in his own time. And yet surely there is some great difference between the civilization of the 4th century and that of the 19th, and still more between the intellectual habits and tone of thought of that day and this. And what has made this difference? I answer fearlessly, the prodigious development of physical science within the last 2 centuries. Modern civilization rests upon physical science. Take away her gifts to our own country, and our position among the leading nations of the world is gone tomorrow. For it is physical science only that makes intelligence and moral energy stronger than brute force. The whole of modern thought is steeped in science. It has made its way into the works of our best poets, and even the mere man of letters who affects to ignore and despise science is unconsciously impregnated with her spirit, and indebted for his best products to her methods. I believe that the greatest intellectual revolution mankind has ever seen is now slowly taking place by her agency. She is teaching the world that the ultimate court of appeal is observation and experiment, and not authority. She is teaching it to estimate the value of evidence. She is creating a firm and living faith in the existence of immutable moral and physical laws, perfect obedience to which is the highest possible aim of an intelligent being. But of all this your old stereotyped system of education takes no note. Physical science, its methods, its problems, and its difficulties, will meet the poorest boy at every turn, and yet we educate him in such a manner that he shall enter the world as ignorant of the existence of the methods and facts of science as the day he was born. The modern world is full of artillery, and we turn out our children to do battle in it, equipped with the shield and sword of an ancient gladiator. Posterity will cry shame on us if we do not remedy this deplorable state of things. Nay, if we live 20 years longer, our own consciences will cry shame on us. It is my firm conviction that the only way to remedy it is to make the elements of physical science an integral part of primary education. I have endeavoured to show you how that may be done for that branch of science which it is my business to pursue, and I can but add that I should look upon the day when every schoolmaster throughout this land was a centre of genuine, however rudimentary, scientific knowledge, as an epoch in the history of the country. But let me entreat you to remember my last words. Addressing myself to you as teachers, I would say, mere book learning in physical science is a sham and a delusion. What you teach, unless you wish to be impostors, that you must first know. And real knowledge in science means personal acquaintance with the facts, be they few or many. Footnote. It has been suggested to me that these words may be taken to imply discouragement on my part of any sort of scientific instruction which does not give an acquaintance with the facts at first hand. But this is not my meaning. The ideal of scientific teaching is no doubt a system by which the scholar sees every fact for himself, and the teacher supplies only the explanations. Circumstances, however, do not often allow of the attainment of that ideal, and we must put up the next best system, one in which the scholar takes a good deal on trust from a teacher who, knowing the facts by his own knowledge, can describe them with so much vividness as to enable his audience to form competent ideas concerning them. The system which I repudiate is that which allows teachers who have not come into direct contact with the leading facts of a science to pass their second-hand information on. The scientific virus, like vaccine lymph, if passed through too long a succession of organisms, will lose all its effect in protecting the young against the intellectual epidemics to which they are exposed. End of section 15. End of A Lobster, or the Study of Zoology. Section 16 of Discourses, Biological and Geological by Thomas Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Biogenesis and Abiogenesis, the Presidential Address to the British Association for the Advancement of Science for 1870. It has long been the custom for the newly installed President of the British Association for the Advancement of Science to take advantage of the elevation of the position in which the suffrages of his colleagues had for the time placed him, and, casting his eyes around the horizon of the scientific world, to report to them what could be seen from his watchtower, in what directions the multitudinous divisions of the noble army of the improvers of natural knowledge were marching, what important strongholds of the great enemy of us all, ignorance, had been recently captured, and also, with due impartiality, to mark where the advanced posts of science have been driven in, or a long-continued siege had made no progress. I propose to endeavour to follow this ancient precedent in a manner suited to the limitations of my knowledge and of my capacity. I shall not presume to attempt a panoramic survey of the world of science, nor even to give a sketch of what is doing in the one great province of biology, with some portions of which my ordinary occupations render me familiar. But I shall endeavour to put before you the history of the rise and progress of a single biological doctrine, and I shall try to give some notion of the fruits, both intellectual and practical, which we owe directly or indirectly to the working out by 7 generations of patient and laborious investigators of the thought which arose more than 2 centuries ago in the mind of a sagacious and observant Italian naturalist. It is a matter of everyday experience that it is difficult to prevent many articles of food from becoming covered with mould, that fruit, sound enough to all appearance, often contains grubs at the core, that meat, left to itself in the air, is apt to putrefy and swarm with maggots. Even ordinary water, if allowed to stand in an open vessel, sooner or later becomes turbid and full of living matter. The philosophers of antiquity, interrogated as to the cause of these phenomena, were provided with a ready and a plausible answer. It did not enter their minds even to doubt that these low forms of life were generated in the matters in which they made their appearance. Lucretius, who had drunk deeper of the scientific spirit than any poet of ancient or modern times except Goethe, intends to speak as a philosopher rather than a poet when he writes that, quote, "With good reason the earth has gotten the name of mother, since all things are produced out of the earth, and many living creatures even now spring out of the earth, taking form by the rains and the heat of the sun." Unquote. The axiom of ancient science that the corruption of one thing is the birth of another had its popular embodiment in the notion that a seed dies before the young plant springs from it, a belief so widespread and so fixed that St. Paul appeals to it in one of the most splendid outbursts of his fervid eloquence: "Thou fool, that which thou sowest is not quickened except it die." The proposition that life may and does proceed from that which has no life, then was held alike by the philosophers, the poets, and the people of the most enlightened nations 1800 years ago, and it remained the accepted doctrine of learned and unlearned Europe through the Middle Ages, down even to the 17th century. It is commonly counted among the many merits of our great countryman Harvey that he was the first to declare the opposition of fact to venerable authority, in this as in other matters. But I can discover no justification for this widespread notion. After careful search through the Excitationes de Generatione, the most that appears clear to me is that Harvey believed all animals and plants to spring from what he terms a primordium vegetale, a phrase which may nowadays be rendered a vegetative germ, and this, he says, is oviform or egg-like. Not, he is careful to add, that it necessarily has the shape of an egg, but because it has the constitution and nature of one. That this primordium oviform must needs in all cases proceed from a living parent is nowhere expressly maintained by Harvey, though such an opinion may be thought to be implied in one or two passages, while on the other hand he does more than once use language which is consistent only with a full belief in spontaneous or equivocal generation. In fact, the main concern of Harvey's wonderful little treatise is not with generation in the physiological sense at all, but with development, and his great object is the establishment of the doctrine of Epigenesis. The first distinct enunciation of the hypothesis that all living matter has sprung from pre-existing living matter came from a contemporary, though a junior, of Harvey, a native of that country, fertile in men great in all departments of human activity, which was to intellectual Europe in the 16th and 17th centuries what Germany is in the 19th. It was in Italy, and from Italian teachers, that Harvey received the most important part of his scientific education, and it was a student trained in the same schools, Francesco Redi, a man of the widest knowledge and most versatile abilities, distinguished alike as a scholar, poet, physician, and naturalist, who, just 202 years ago, published his Esperienze intorno alla generazione degli insetti, and gave to the world the idea, the growth of which it is my purpose to trace. Redi's book went through 5 editions in 20 years, and the extreme simplicity of his experiments and the clearness of his arguments gained for his views and for their consequences almost universal acceptance. Redi did not trouble himself much with speculative considerations, but attacked particular cases of what was supposed to be spontaneous generation experimentally. "Here are dead animals or pieces of meat," says he. "I expose them to the air in hot weather, and in a few days they swarm with maggots. You tell me that these are generated in the dead flesh. But if I put similar bodies, while quite fresh, into a jar, and tie some fine gauze over the top of the jar, not a maggot makes its appearance, while the dead substances nevertheless putrefy just in the same way as before. It is obvious, therefore, that the maggots are not generated by the corruption of the meat, and that the cause of their formation must be something which is kept away by gauze. But gauze will not keep away aeriform bodies or fluids. This something must therefore exist in the form of solid particles too big to get through the gauze. Nor is one long left in doubt what these solid particles are, for the blowflies, attracted by the odour of the meat, swarm round the vessel, and, urged by a powerful, but in this case misleading instinct, lay eggs, out of which maggots are immediately hatched upon the gauze. The conclusion, therefore, is unavoidable. The maggots are not generated by the meat, but the eggs which give rise to them are brought through the air by the flies. These experiments seem almost childishly simple, and one wonders how it was that no one ever thought of them before. Simple as they are, however, they are worthy of the most careful study, for every piece of experimental work since done in regard to this subject has been shaped upon the model furnished by the Italian philosopher. As the results of his experiments were the same, however varied the nature of the materials he used, it is not wonderful that there arose in Redi's mind a presumption that, in all such cases of the seeming production of life from dead matter, the real explanation was the introduction of living germs from without into that dead matter. And thus the hypothesis that living matter always arises by the agency of pre-existing living matter took definite shape, and has henceforward a right to be considered, and a claim to be refuted, in each particular case, before the production of living matter in any other way could be admitted by careful reasoners. It will be necessary for me to refer to this hypothesis so frequently that, to save circumlocution, I shall call it the hypothesis of biogenesis, and I shall term the contrary doctrine, that living matter may be produced by not living matter, the hypothesis of abiogenesis. In the 17th century, as I have said, the latter was the dominant view, sanctioned alike by antiquity and by authority, and it is interesting to observe that Redi did not escape the customary tax upon a discoverer of having to defend himself against the authority of the Scriptures, for his adversaries declared that the generation of bees from the carcass of a dead lion is affirmed in the Book of Judges to have been the origin of the famous riddle with which Samson perplexed the Philistines. Out of the eater came forth meat, and out of the strong came forth sweetness. Against all odds, however, Redi, strong with the strength of demonstrable fact, did splendid battle for biogenesis. But it is remarkable that he held the doctrine in a sense which, if he had lived in these times, would have infallibly caused him to be classed among the defenders of spontaneous generation. Omne vivum ex vivo, no life without antecedent life, aphoristically sums up Redi's doctrine. But he went no further. It is most remarkable evidence of the philosophic caution and impartiality of his mind that, although he had speculatively anticipated the manner in which grubs really are deposited in fruits and in the galls of plants, he deliberately admits that the evidence is insufficient to bear him out, and he therefore prefers the supposition that they are generated by a modification of the living substance of the plants themselves. Indeed, he regards these vegetable growths as organs by means of which the plant gives rise to an animal, and looks upon this production of specific animals as the final cause of the galls, and of, at any rate, some fruits. And he proposes to explain the occurrence of parasites within the animal body in the same way. It is of great importance to apprehend Redi's position rightly. For the lines of thought he laid down for us are those upon which naturalists have been working ever since. Clearly, he held biogenesis as against abiogenesis, and I shall immediately proceed in the first place to inquire how far subsequent investigation has borne him out in so doing. But Redi also thought that there were two modes of biogenesis. By the one method, which is that of common and ordinary occurrence, the living parent gives rise to offspring which passes through the same cycle of changes as itself. Like gives rise to like, and this has been termed homogenesis. By the other mode, the living parent was supposed to give rise to offspring which passed through a totally different series of states from those exhibited by the parent, and did not return into the cycle of the parent. This is what ought to be called heterogenesis, the offspring being altogether and permanently unlike the parent. The term heterogenesis, however, has unfortunately been used in a different sense, and M. Milne Edwards has therefore substituted for it xenogenesis, which means the generation of something foreign. After discussing Redi's hypothesis of universal biogenesis, then, I shall go on to ask how far the growth of science justifies his other hypothesis of xenogenesis. The progress of the hypothesis of biogenesis was triumphant and unchecked for nearly a century. The application of the microscope to anatomy in the hands of Grue, Leeuwenhoek, Swammerdam, Dionnet, Vallisnieri, Reaumur, and other illustrious investigators of nature of that day displayed such a complexity of organisation in the lowest and minutest forms, and everywhere revealed such a prodigality of provision for their multiplication by germs of one sort or another, that the hypothesis of abiogenesis began to appear not only untrue, but absurd. And in the middle of the 18th century, when Needham and Buffon took up the question, it was almost universally discredited. But the skill of the microscope makers of the 18th century soon reached its limit. A microscope magnifying 400 diameters was a chef-d'oeuvre of the opticians of that day, and at the same time by no means trustworthy. But a magnifying power of 400 diameters, even when definition reaches the exquisite perfection of our modern achromatic lenses, hardly suffices for the mere discernment of the smallest forms of life. A speck only of 1/25 of an inch in diameter has, at 10 inches from the eye, the same apparent size as an object of 1/10,000th of an inch in diameter when magnified 400 times. But forms of living matter abound, the diameter of which is not more than 1/40,000th of an inch. A filtered infusion of hay, allowed to stand for 2 days, will swarm with living things, among which any which reaches the diameter of a human red blood corpuscle, or about 1/3200th of an inch, is a giant. It is only by bearing these facts in mind that we can deal fairly with the remarkable statements and speculations put forward by Buffon and Needham in the middle of the 18th century. When a portion of any animal or vegetable body is infused in water, it gradually softens and disintegrates, and as it does so, the water is found to swarm with minute active creatures, the so-called infusorial animalcules, none of which can be seen except by the aid of a microscope, while a large proportion belong to the category of smallest things of which I have spoken, which must have looked like mere dots and lines under the ordinary microscopes of the 18th century. Led by various theoretical considerations, which I cannot now discuss, but which looked promising enough in the lights of their time, Buffon and Needham doubted the applicability of Redi's hypothesis to the infusorial animalcules, and Needham very properly endeavoured to put the question to an experimental test. He said to himself, if these infusorial animalcules come from germs, their germs must exist either in the substance infused, or in the water with which the infusion is made, or in the superjacent air. Now, the vitality of all germs is destroyed by heat. Therefore, if I boil the infusion, cork it up carefully, cementing the cork over with mastic, and then heat the whole vessel by heaping hot ashes over it, I must needs kill whatever germs are present. Consequently, if Redi's hypothesis hold good when the infusion is taken away and allowed to cool, no animalcules ought to be developed in it. Whereas, if the animalcules are not dependent on pre-existing germs, but are generated from the infused substance, they ought by and large to make their appearance. Needham found that, under the circumstances in which he made his experiments, animalcules always did arise in the infusions, when a sufficient time had elapsed to allow for their development. In much of his work, Needham was associated with Buffon, and the results of their experiments fitted in admirably with the great French naturalist's hypothesis of organic molecules, according to which life is the indefeasible property of certain indestructible molecules of matter which exist in all living things, and have inherent activities by which they are distinguished from not living matter. Each individual living organism is formed by their temporary combination. They stand to it in the relation of the particles of water to a cascade or a whirlpool, or to a mould into which the water is poured. The form of the organism is thus determined by the reaction between external conditions and the inherent activities of the organic molecules of which it is composed. And as the stoppage of a whirlpool destroys nothing but form, and leaves the molecules of the water with all their inherent activities intact, so what we call the death and putrefaction of an animal or of a plant is merely the breaking up of the form or manner of association of its constituent organic molecules, which are then set free as infusorial animalcules. It will be perceived that this doctrine is by no means identical with abiogenesis, with which it is often confounded. On this hypothesis, a piece of beef or a handful of hay is dead only in a limited sense. The beef is dead ox, and the hay is dead grass, but the organic molecules of the beef or the hay are not dead, but are ready to manifest their vitality as soon as the bovine or herbaceous shrouds in which they are imprisoned are rent by the macerating action of water. The hypothesis, therefore, must be classified under xenogenesis rather than under abiogenesis. Such as it was, I think it will appear to those who will be just enough to remember that it was propounded before the birth of modern chemistry and of the modern optical arts, to be a most ingenious and suggestive speculation. But the great tragedy of science, the slaying of a beautiful hypothesis by an ugly fact, which is so constantly being enacted under the eyes of philosophers, was played almost immediately for the benefit of Buffon and Needham. Once more an Italian, the Abbé Spallanzani, a worthy successor and representative of Redi in his acuteness, his ingenuity, and his learning, subjected the experiments and the conclusions of Needham to a searching criticism. It might be true that Needham's experiments yielded results such as he had described, but did they bear out his arguments? Was it not possible, in the first place, he had not completely excluded the air by his corks and mastic? And was it not possible, in the second place, that he had not sufficiently heated his infusions and the superjacent air? Spallanzani joined issue with the English naturalist on both these pleas, and he showed that if, in the first place, the glass vessels in which the infusions were contained were hermetically sealed by fusing their necks, and if, in the second place, they were exposed to the temperature of boiling water for 3/4 of an hour, no animalcules ever made their appearance within them. It must be admitted that the experiments and arguments of Spallanzani furnish a complete and crushing reply to those of Needham, but we all too often forget that it is one thing to refute a proposition, and another to prove the truth of a doctrine which implicitly or explicitly contradicts that proposition. And the advance of science soon showed that, though Needham might be quite wrong, it did not follow that Spallanzani was quite right. End of section 16. Section 17 of Discourses, Biological and Geological by Thomas Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Biogenesis and Abiogenesis continued. Modern chemistry, the birth of the latter half of the 18th century, grew apace, and soon found herself face to face with the great problems which biology had vainly tried to attack without her help. The discovery of oxygen led to the laying of the foundations of a scientific theory of respiration, and to the examination of the marvellous interactions of organic substances with oxygen. The presence of free oxygen appeared to be one of the conditions of the existence of life, and of those singular changes in organic matters which are known as fermentation and putrefaction. The question of the generation of the infusory animalcules thus passed into a new phase. For what might not have happened to the organic matter of the infusions, or to the oxygen of the air, in Spallanzani's experiments? What security was there that the development of life which ought to have taken place had not been checked or prevented by these changes? The battle had to be fought again. It was needful to repeat the experiments under conditions which would make sure that neither the oxygen of the air nor the composition of the organic matter was altered in such a manner as to interfere with the existence of life. Schulze and Schwann took up the question from this point of view in 1836 and 1837. The passage of air through red-hot glass tubes or through strong sulphuric acid does not alter the proportion of its oxygen, while it must needs arrest or destroy any organic matter which may be contained in the air. These experimenters, therefore, contrived arrangements by which the only air which should come in contact with the boiled infusion should be such as had either passed through red-hot tubes or through strong sulphuric acid. The result which they obtained was that an infusion so treated developed no living things, while if the same infusion was afterwards exposed to the air, such things appeared rapidly and abundantly. The accuracy of these experiments has been alternately denied and affirmed. Supposing them to be accepted, however, all that they really proved was that the treatment to which the air was subjected destroyed something that was essential to the development of life in the infusion. This something might be gaseous, fluid, or solid. That it consisted of germs remained only an hypothesis of greater or lesser probability. Contemporaneously with these investigations, A remarkable discovery was made by Cagniard de la Tour. He found that common yeast is composed of a vast accumulation of minute plants. The fermentation of must or of wort in the fabrication of wine and of beer is always accompanied by the rapid growth and multiplication of these tury. Thus fermentation, in so far as it was accompanied by the development of microscopical organisms in enormous numbers, became assimilated to the decomposition of an infusion of ordinary animal or vegetable matter, and it was an obvious suggestion that the organisms were in some way or other the causes both of fermentation and of putrefaction. The chemists, with Berzelius and Liebig at their head, at first laughed this idea to scorn, but in 1843 a man then very young, who has since performed the unexampled feat of attaining to high eminence alike in mathematics, physics, and physiology, I speak of the illustrious Helmholtz, reduced the matter to the test of experiment by a method alike elegant and conclusive. Helmholtz separated a putrefying or a fermenting liquid from one which was simply putrescible or fermentable by a membrane which allowed the fluids to pass through and become intermixed, but stopped the passage of solids. The result was that while the putrescible or the fermentable liquids became impregnated with the results of the putrescence or fermentation which was going on the other side of the membrane, they neither putrefied in the ordinary way, nor fermented, nor were any of the organisms which abounded in the fermenting or putrefying liquid generated in them. Therefore, the cause of the development of these organisms must lie in something which cannot pass through membranes. And as Helmholtz's investigations were long antecedent to Graham's researches upon colloids, his natural conclusion was that the agent thus intercepted must be a solid material. In point of fact, Helmholtz's experiments narrowed the issue to this: that which excites fermentation and putrefaction, and at the same time gives rise to living forms in a fermentable or putrescible fluid, is not a gas, and is not a diffusible fluid. Therefore it is either a colloid, or it is matter divided into very minute solid particles. The researches of Schroeder and Dusch in 1854, and of Schroeder alone in 1859, cleared up this point by experiments which are simply refinements upon those of Redi. A lump of cotton wool is, physically speaking, a pile of many thicknesses of a very fine gauze, the fineness of the meshes of which depends upon the closeness of the compression of the wool. Now, Schroeder and Dusch found that in the case of all the putrefiable materials which they used except milk and yolk of egg, an infusion boiled and then allowed to come into contact with no air but such as had been filtered through cotton wool, neither putrefied nor fermented nor developed living forms. And it is hard to imagine what the fine sieve formed by the cotton wool could have stopped, except minute solid particles. Still, the evidence was incomplete until it had been positively shown, first, that ordinary air does contain such particles, and secondly, that filtration through cotton wool arrests these particles and allows only physically pure air to pass. This demonstration has been furnished within the last year by the remarkable experiments of Professor Tyndall. It has been a common objection of abiogenists that, if the doctrine of biogeny is true, the air must be thick with germs, and they regard this as the height of absurdity. But nature occasionally is exceedingly unreasonable, and Professor Tyndall has proved that this particular absurdity may nevertheless be a reality. He has demonstrated that ordinary air is no better than a sort of stirabout of excessively minute solid particles, that these particles are almost wholly destructible by heat, and that they are strained off and the air rendered optically pure by its being passed through cotton wool. It remains yet in the order of logic, though not of history, to show that among these solid destructible particles there really do exist germs capable of giving rise to the development of living forms in suitable menstrua. This piece of work was done by M. Pasteur in those beautiful researches which will ever render his name famous, and which, in spite of all attacks upon them, appear to me now, as they did 7 years ago, to be models of accurate experimentation and logical reasoning. He strained air through cotton wool, and found, as Schroeder and Dusch had done, that it contained nothing competent to give rise to the development of life in fluids highly fitted for that purpose. But the important further links in the chain of evidence added by Pasteur are 3. In the first place, he subjected to microscopic examination the cotton wool which had served as strainer, and found that sundry bodies clearly recognizable as germs were among the solid particles strained off. Secondly, he proved that these germs were competent to give rise to living forms by simply sowing them in a solution fitted for their development. And thirdly, he showed that the incapacity of air strained through cotton wool to give rise to life was not due to any occult change effected in the constituents of the air by the wool, by proving that the cotton wool might be dispensed with altogether, and perfectly free access left between the exterior air and that in the experimental flask. If the neck of the flask is drawn out into a tube and bent downwards, and if, after the contained fluid has been carefully boiled, the tube is heated sufficiently to destroy any germs which may be present in the air which enters as the fluid cools, the apparatus may be left to itself for any time, and no life will appear in the fluid. The reason is plain. Although there is free communication between the atmosphere laden with germs and the germless air in the flask, contact between the two takes place only in the tube, and as the germs cannot fall upwards, and there are no currents, they never reach the interior of the flask. But if the tube be broken short off where it proceeds from the flask, and free access thus be given to germs falling vertically out of the air, the fluid, which has remained clear and desert for months, becomes in a few days turbid and full of life. These experiments have been repeated over and over again by independent observers with entire success, and there is one very simple mode of seeing the facts for oneself, which I may as well describe. Prepare a solution much used by M. Pasteur, and often called Pasteur's solution, composed of water with tartrate of ammonia, sugar, and yeast ash dissolved therein. Divide it into 3 portions in as many flasks. Boil all 3 for 1/4 of an hour, and while the steam is passing out, stop the neck of one with a large plug of cotton wool, so that this also may be thoroughly steamed. Now set the flasks aside to cool, and when their contents are cold, add to one of the open ones a drop of filtered infusion of hay, which has stood for 24 hours, and is consequently full of the active and excessively minute organisms known as bacteria. In a couple of days of ordinary warm weather, the contents of this flask will be milky from the enormous multiplication of the bacteria. The other flask, open and exposed to the air, will sooner or later become milky with bacteria, and patches of mould may appear in it, while the liquid in the flask, the neck of which is plugged with cotton wool, will remain clear for an indefinite time. I have sought in vain for any explanation of these facts except the obvious one, that the air contains germs competent to give rise to bacteria, such as those with which the first solution has been knowingly and purposely inoculated, and to the mould fungi. And I have not yet been able to meet with any advocate of abiogenesis who seriously maintains that the atoms of sugar, tartrate of ammonia, yeast ash, and water, under no influence but that of free access of air and the ordinary temperature, rearrange themselves and give rise to the protoplasm of bacterium. But the alternative is to admit that these bacteria arise from germs in the air, and if they are thus propagated, the burden of proof that other like forms are generated in a different manner must rest with the asserter of that proposition. To sum up the effect of this long chain of evidence, it is demonstrable that a fluid eminently fit for the development of the lowest forms of life, but which contains neither germs nor any protein compound, gives rise to living things in great abundance if it is exposed to ordinary air, while no such development takes place if the air with which it is in contact is mechanically freed from the solid particles which ordinarily float in it, and which may be made visible by appropriate means. It is demonstrable that the great majority of these particles are destructible by heat, and that some of them are germs, or living particles, capable of giving rise to the same forms of life as those which appear when the fluid is exposed to unpurified air. It is demonstrable that inoculation of the experimental fluid with a drop of liquid known to contain living particles gives rise to the same phenomena as exposure to unpurified air. And it is further certain that these living particles are so minute that the assumption of their suspension in ordinary air presents not the slightest difficulty. On the contrary, considering their lightness and the wide diffusion of the organisms which produce them, it is impossible to conceive that they should not be suspended in the atmosphere in myriads. Thus the evidence, direct and indirect, in favour of biogenesis for all known forms of life must, I think, be admitted to be of great weight. On the other side, the sole assertions worthy of attention are that hermetically sealed fluids which have been exposed to great and long continued heat have sometimes exhibited living forms of low organisation when they have been opened. The first reply that suggests itself is the probability that there must be some error about these experiments, because they are performed on an enormous scale every day, with quite contrary results. Meat, fruits, vegetables, the very materials of the most fermentable and putrescible infusions, are preserved to the extent, I suppose I may say, of thousands of tons every year, by a method which is a mere application of Spallanzani's experiment. The matters to be preserved are well boiled in a tin case provided with a small hole, and this hole is soldered up when all the air in the case has been replaced by steam. By this method they may be kept for years without putrefying, fermenting, or getting mouldy. Now this is not because oxygen is excluded, inasmuch as it is now proved that free oxygen is not necessary for either fermentation or putrefaction. It is not because the tins are exhausted of air, for vibriones and bacteria live, as Pasteur has shown, without air or free oxygen. It is not because the boiled meats or vegetables are not putrescible or fermentable, as those who have had the misfortune to be in a ship supplied with unskilfully closed tins well know? What is it, therefore, but the exclusion of germs? I think that abiogenists are bound to answer this question before they ask us to consider new experiments of precisely the same order. And in the next place, if the results of the experiments I refer to are really trustworthy, it by no means follows that abiogenesis has taken place. The resistance of living matter to heat is known to vary within considerable limits, and to depend to some extent upon the chemical and physical qualities of the surrounding medium. But if, in the present state of science, the alternative is offered us, either germs can stand a greater heat than has been supposed, or the molecules of dead matter, for no valid or intelligible reason that is assigned, are able to rearrange themselves into living bodies exactly such as can be demonstrated to be frequently produced in another way, I cannot understand how choice can be, even for a moment, doubtful. But though I cannot express this conviction of mine too strongly, I must carefully guard myself against the supposition that I intend to suggest that no such thing as abiogenesis ever has taken place in the past, or ever will take place in the future. With organic chemistry, molecular physics, and physiology yet in their infancy, and every day making prodigious strides, I think it would be the height of presumption for any man to say that the conditions under which matter assumes the properties we call vital may not some day be artificially brought together. All I feel justified in affirming is that I see no reason for believing that the feat has been performed yet. And looking back through the prodigious vista of the past, I find no record of the commencement of life, and therefore I am devoid of any means of forming a definite conclusion as to the conditions of its appearance. Belief, in the scientific sense of the word, is a serious matter and needs strong foundations. To say, therefore, in the admitted absence of evidence, that I have any belief as to the mode in which the existing forms of life have originated would be using words in a wrong sense. But expectation is permissible where belief is not. And if it were given me to look beyond the abyss of geologically recorded time to the still more remote period when the earth was passing through physical and chemical conditions which it can no more see again than a man can recall his infancy, I should expect to be a witness of the evolution of living protoplasm from not living matter. And I should expect to see it appear under forms of great simplicity, endowed, like existing fungi, with the power of determining the formation of new protoplasm from such matters as ammonium carbonates, oxalates and tartrates, alkaline and earthy phosphates, and water, without the aid of light. That is the expectation to which analogical reasoning leads me. But I beg you once more to recollect that I have no right to call my opinion anything but an act of philosophical faith. So much for the history of the progress of Redi's great doctrine of biogenesis, which appears to me, with the limitations I have expressed, to be victorious along the whole line at the present day. End of section 17. Section 18 of Discourses, Biological and Geological by Thomas Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Biogenesis and Abiogenesis continued. As regards the second problem offered to us by Redi, whether xenogenesis obtains side by side with homogenesis, whether, that is, there exist not only the ordinary living things giving rise to offspring which run through the same cycle as themselves, but also to others, producing offspring which are of a totally different character from themselves, the researches of 2 centuries have led to a different result. That the grubs found in galls are no product of the plants on which the galls grow, but are the result of the introduction of the eggs of insects into the substance of these plants, was made out by Vallisnieri, Reaumur, and others before the end of the first half of the 18th century. The tapeworms, bladderworms, and flukes continued to be a stronghold of the advocates of xenogenesis for a much longer period. Indeed, it is only within the last 30 years that the splendid patience of von Siebold, van Beneden, Leuckart, Küchenmeister, and other helminthologists has succeeded in tracing every such parasite, often through the strangest wanderings and metamorphoses, to an egg derived from a parent actually or potentially like itself. And the tendency of inquiries elsewhere has all been in the same direction. A plant may throw off bulbs, but these sooner or later give rise to seeds or spores which develop into the original form. A polyp may give rise to medusae, or a pluteus to an echinoderm, but the medusa and the echinoderm give rise to eggs which produce polyps or glutei, and they are therefore only stages in the cycle of life of the species. But if we turn to pathology, it offers us some remarkable approximations to true xenogenesis. As I have already mentioned, it has been known since the time of Vallisnieri and of Reaumur that galls in plants and tumours in cattle are caused by insects which lay their eggs in those parts of the animal or vegetable frame of which these morbid structures are outgrowths. Again, it is a matter of familiar experience to everybody that mere pressure on the skin will give rise to a corn. Now, the gall, the tumour, and the corn are parts of the living body which have become, to a certain degree, independent and distinct organisms. Under the influence of certain external conditions, elements of the body which should have developed in due subordination to its general plan set up for themselves, and apply the nourishment which they receive to their own purposes. From such innocent productions as corns and warts, there are all gradations to the serious tumours which, by their mere size and the mechanical obstruction they cause, destroy the organism out of which they are developed, while finally, in those terrible structures known as cancers, the abnormal growth has acquired powers of reproduction and multiplication, and is only morphologically distinguishable from the parasitic worm, the life of which is neither more or less closely bound up with that of the infested organism. If there were a kind of diseased structure, the histological elements of which were capable of maintaining a separate and independent existence out of the body, it seems to me that the shadowy boundary between morbid growth and xenogenesis would be effaced. And I am inclined to think that the progress of discovery has almost brought us to this point already. I have been favoured by Mr. Simon with an early copy of the last published of the valuable Reports on the Public Health, which, in his capacity of their medical officer, he annually presents to the Lords of the Privy Council. The appendix to this report contains an introductory essay on the intimate pathology of contagion by Dr. Burdon Sanderson, which is one of the clearest, most comprehensive, and well-reasoned discussions of a great question which has come under my notice for a long time. I refer you to it for details, and for the authorities for the statements I am about to make. You are familiar with what happens in vaccination. A minute cut is made in the skin, and an infinitesimal quantity of vaccine matter is inserted into the wound. Within a certain time, a vesicle appears in the place of the wound, and the fluid which distends this vesicle is vaccine matter in quantity 100 or 1,000-fold that which was originally inserted. Now, what has taken place in the course of this operation? Has the vaccine matter, by its irritative property, produced a mere blister, the fluid of which has the same irritative property? Or does the vaccine matter contain living particles which have grown and multiplied where they have been planted? The observations of M. Chauveau, extended and confirmed by Dr. Sanderson himself, appear to leave no doubt upon this head. Experiments similar in principle to those of Helmholtz on fermentation and putrefaction have proved that the active element in the vaccine lymph is non-diffusible and consists of minute particles, not exceeding 1/20,000th of an inch in diameter, which are made visible in the lymph by the microscope. Similar experiments have proved that two of the most destructive of epizootic diseases, sheep-pox and glanders, are also dependent for their existence and their propagation upon extremely small living solid particles, to which the title of microzymes is applied. An animal suffering under either of these terrible diseases is a source of infection and contagion to others, for precisely the same reason as a tub of fermenting beer is capable of propagating its fermentation by infection or contagion to fresh wort. In both cases, it is the solid living particles which are efficient, the liquid in which they float and at the expense of which they live being altogether passive. Now arises the question, are these microzymes the results of homogenesis or of xenogenesis? Are they capable, like the tury of yeast, of arising only by the development of pre-existing germs? Or may they be, like the constituents of a nut gall, the results of a modification and individualization of the tissues of the body in which they are found, resulting from the operation of certain conditions? Are they parasites in the zoological sense, or are they merely what Virchow has called heterologous growths? It is obvious that this question has the most profound importance, whether we look at it from a practical or from a theoretical point of view. A parasite may be stamped out by destroying its germs, but a pathological product can only be annihilated by removing the conditions which give rise to it. It appears to me that this great problem will have to be solved for each zymotic disease separately, for analogy cuts two ways. I have dwelt upon the analogy of pathological modification, which is in favour of the xenogenetic origin of microzymes, but I must now speak of the equally strong analogies in favour of the origin of such pestiferous particles by the ordinary process of the generation of like from like. It is at present a well-established fact that certain diseases, both of plants and of animals, which have all the characters of contagious and infectious epidemics, are caused by minute organisms. The smut of wheat is a well-known instance of such a disease, and it cannot be doubted that the grape disease and the potato disease fall under the same category. Among animals, insects are wonderfully liable to the ravages of contagious and infectious diseases caused by microscopic fungi. In autumn, it is not uncommon to see flies motionless upon a window pane, with a sort of magic circle in white drawn round them. On microscopic examination, the magic circle is found to consist of innumerable spores, which have been thrown off in all directions by a minute fungus called Empusa muscae, the spore-forming filaments of which stand out like a pile of velvet from the body of the fly. These spore-forming filaments are connected with others which fill the interior of the fly's body like so much fine wool, having eaten away and destroyed the creature's viscera. This is the full-grown condition of the Empusa. If traced back to its earliest stages, in flies which are still active and to all appearance healthy, it is found to exist in the form of minute corpuscles which float in the blood of the fly. These multiply and lengthen into filaments at the expense of the fly's substance, and when they have at last killed the patient, they grow out of its body and give off spores. Healthy flies shut up with diseased ones catch this mortal disease and perish like the others. A most competent observer, M. Cohn, who studied the development of the Empusa very carefully, was utterly unable to discover in what manner the smallest germs of the Empusa got into the fly. The spores could not be made to give rise to such germs by cultivation, nor were such germs discoverable in the air or in the food of the fly. It looked exceedingly like a case of abiogenesis, or at any rate of xenogenesis, and it is only quite recently that the real course of events has been made out. It has been ascertained that when one of the spores falls upon the body of a fly, it begins to germinate, and sends out a process which bores its way through the fly's skin. This, having reached the interior cavities of its body, gives off the minute floating corpuscles, which are the earliest stages of the Empusa. The disease is contagious because a healthy fly coming into contact with a diseased one, from which the spore-bearing filaments protrude, is pretty sure to carry off a spore or two. It is infectious because the spores become scattered about all sorts of matter in the neighbourhood of the slain flies. The silkworm has long been known to be subject to a very fatal and infectious disease called the muscardine. Audouin transmitted it by inoculation. This disease is entirely due to the development of a fungus, Botrytis bassiana, in the body of the caterpillar, and its contagiousness and infectiousness are accounted for in the same way as those of the fly disease. But of late years, a still more serious epizootic has spread amongst the silkworms, and I may mention a few facts which will give you some conception of the gravity of the injury which it has inflicted on France alone. The production of silk has been for centuries an important branch of industry in southern France, and in the year 1853 it had attained such a magnitude that the annual produce of the French sericulture was estimated to amount to 1/10 of that of the whole world, and represented a money value of 117 million francs, or nearly 5 millions sterling. What may be the sum which would represent the money value of all the industries connected with the working up of the raw silk thus produced is more than I can pretend to estimate. Suffice it to say that the city of Lyons is built upon French silk as much as Manchester was upon American cotton before the Civil War. Silkworms are liable to many diseases, and even before 1853 a peculiar epizootic, frequently accompanied by the appearance of dark spots upon the skin, whence the name of pébrine, which it has received, had been noted for its mortality. But in the years following 1853 this malady broke out with such extreme violence that in 1858 the silk crop was reduced to 1/3 of the amount which it had reached in 1853. and up to the last year or two it has never attained half the yield of 1853. This means not only that the great number of people engaged in silk growing are some 30 millions sterling poorer than they might have been. It means not only that high prices have had to be paid for imported silkworm eggs, and that after investing his money in them, in paying for mulberry leaves and for attendants, the cultivator has constantly seen his silkworms perish and himself plunged in ruin. But it means that the looms of Lyons have lacked employment, and that for years enforced idleness and misery have been the portion of a vast population which, in former days, was industrious and well-to-do. In 1858, the gravity of the situation caused the French Academy of Sciences to appoint commissioners, of whom a distinguished naturalist, M. de Quatrefages, was one, to inquire into the nature of this disease, and, if possible, to devise some means of staying the plague. In reading the report made by M. de Quatrefages in 1859, it is exceedingly interesting to observe that his elaborate study of the pébrine forced the conviction upon his mind that, in its mode of occurrence and propagation, the disease of the silkworm is in every respect comparable to the cholera among mankind. But it differs from the cholera, and so far is the more formidable malady, in being hereditary, and in being, under some circumstances, contagious as well as infectious. The Italian naturalist Filippi discovered in the blood of the silkworms affected by this strange disorder a multitude of cylindrical corpuscles, each about 1/6000th of an inch long. These have been carefully studied by Lebert and named by him panhistophyton, for the reason that in subjects in which the disease is strongly developed, the corpuscles swarm in every tissue and organ of the body, and even pass into the undeveloped eggs of the female moth. But are these corpuscles causes or mere concomitants of the disease? Some naturalists took one view and some another, and it was not until the French government, alarmed by the continued ravages of the malady and the inefficiency of the remedies which had been suggested, dispatched M. Pasteur to study it, that the question received its final settlement, at a great sacrifice, not only of the time and peace of mind of that eminent philosopher, but, I regret to have to add, of his health. But the sacrifice has not been in vain. It is now certain that this devastating cholera-like pébrine is the effect of the growth and multiplication of the panhistophyton in the silkworm. It is contagious and infectious because the corpuscles of the panhistophyton pass away from the bodies of the diseased caterpillars, directly or indirectly, to the alimentary canal of healthy silkworms in their neighbourhood. It is hereditary because the corpuscles enter into the eggs while they are being formed, and consequently are carried within them when they are laid. And for this reason also it presents the very singular peculiarity of being inherited only on the mother's side. There is not a single one of all the apparently capricious and unaccountable phenomena presented by the pébrine but has received its explanation from the fact that the disease is the result of the presence of the microscopic organism panhistophyton. Such being the facts with respect to the pébrine, what are the indications as to the method of preventing it? It is obvious that this depends upon the way in which the panhistophyton is generated. If it may be generated by abiogenesis or by xenogenesis within the silkworm or its moth, the extirpation of the disease must depend upon the prevention of the occurrence of the conditions under which this generation takes place. But if, on the other hand, the panhistophyton is an independent organism, which is no more generated by the silkworm than the mistletoe is generated by the apple tree or the oak on which it grows, though it may need the silkworm for its development in the same way as the mistletoe needs the tree, then the indications are totally different. The sole thing to be done is to get rid of and keep away the germs of the panhistophyton. As might be imagined from the course of his previous investigations, M. Pasteur was led to believe that the latter was the right theory, and, guided by that theory, he has devised a method of extirpating the disease which has proved to be completely successful wherever it has been properly carried out. There can be no reason, then, for doubting that among insects contagious and infectious diseases of great malignity are caused by minute organisms which are produced from pre-existing germs, or by homogenesis. And there is no reason that I know of for believing that what happens in insects may not take place in the highest animals. Indeed, there is already strong evidence that some diseases of an extremely malignant and fatal character to which man is subject are as much the work of minute organisms as is the pébrine. I refer for this evidence to the very striking facts adduced by Professor Lister in his various well-known publications on the antiseptic method of treatment. It appears to me impossible to rise from the perusal of those publications without a strong conviction that the lamentable mortality which so frequently dogs the footsteps of the most skilful operator, and those deadly consequences of wounds and injuries which seem to haunt the very walls of great hospitals, and are even now destroying more men than die of bullet or bayonet, are due to the importation of minute organisms into wounds and their increase and multiplication, and that the surgeon who saves most lives will be he who best works out the practical consequences of the hypothesis of Redi. I commenced this address by asking you to follow me in an attempt to trace the path which has been followed by a scientific idea in its long and slow progress from the position of a probable hypothesis to that of an established law of nature. Our survey has not taken us into very attractive regions. It has lain chiefly in a land flowing with the abominable and peopled with mere grubs and mouldiness. It may be imagined with what smiles and shrugs practical and serious contemporaries of Redi and of Spallanzani may have commented on the waste of their high abilities in toiling at the solution of problems which, though curious enough in themselves, could be of no conceivable utility to mankind. Nevertheless, you will have observed that, before we had travelled very far upon our road, there appeared on the right hand and on the left fields laden with a harvest of golden grain, immediately convertible into those things which the most solidly practical men will admit to have value, namely money and life. The direct loss to France caused by the pébrine in 17 years cannot be estimated at less than 50 millions sterling, and if we add to this what Redi's idea in Pasteur's hands has done for the wine grower and for the vinegar maker, and try to capitalize its value, we shall find that it will go a long way towards repairing the money losses caused by the frightful and calamitous war of this autumn. And as to the equivalent of Redi's thought in life, how can we overestimate the value of that knowledge of the nature of epidemic and epizootic diseases, and consequently of the means of checking or eradicating them, the dawn of which has assuredly commenced? Looking back no further than 10 years, it is possible to select three, 1863, 1864, and 1869, in which the total number of deaths from scarlet fever alone amounted to 90,000. That is the return of killed, the maimed and disabled being left out of sight. Why, it is to be hoped that the list of killed in the present bloodiest of all wars will not amount to more than this. But the facts which I have placed before you must leave the least sanguine without a doubt that the nature and the causes of this scourge will one day be as well understood as those of the Pébrine are now, and that the long-suffered massacre of our innocents will come to an end. And thus mankind will have one more admonition, that the people perish for lack of knowledge, and that the alleviation of the miseries and the promotion of the welfare of men must be sought by those who will not lose their pains in that diligent, patient, loving study of all the multitudinous aspects of nature, the results of which constitute exact knowledge or science. It is the justification and the glory of this great meeting that it is gathered together for no other object than the advancement of the moiety of science which deals with those phenomena of nature which we call physical. May its endeavours be crowned with a full measure of success. End of section 18. End of Biogenesis and Abiogenesis. Section 19 of Discourses, Biological and Geological by Thomas Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Geological Contemporaneity and Persistent Types of Life. 1862, address to the Geological Society on behalf of the President by one of the Secretaries. Merchants occasionally go through a wholesome, though troublesome and not always satisfactory process, which they term taking stock. After all the excitement of speculation, the pleasure of gain, and the pain of loss, the trader makes up his mind to face facts and to learn the exact quantity and quality of his solid and reliable possessions. The man of science does well sometimes to imitate this procedure, and, forgetting for the time the importance of his own small winnings, to re-examine the common stock in trade, so that he may make sure how far the stock of bullion in the cellar, on the faith of whose existence so much paper has been circulating, is really the solid gold of truth. The anniversary meeting of the Geological Society seems to be an occasion well suited for an undertaking of this kind, for an inquiry, in fact, into the nature and value of the present results of palaeontological investigation, and the more so as all those who have paid close attention to the late multitudinous discussions in which palaeontology is implicated must have felt the urgent necessity of some such scrutiny. First in order, as the most definite and unquestionable of all the results of palaeontology, must be mentioned the immense extension and impulse given to botany, zoology, and comparative anatomy by the investigation of fossil remains. Indeed, the mass of biological facts has been so greatly increased, and the range of biological speculation has been so vastly widened by the researches of the geologist and palaeontologist, that it is to be feared there are naturalists in existence who look upon geology as Brindley regarded rivers. Rivers, said the great engineer, were made to feed canals, and geology, some seem to think, was solely created to advance comparative anatomy. Were such a thought justifiable, it could hardly expect to be received with favour by this assembly, but it is not justifiable. Your favourite science has her own great aims, independent of all others, and if, notwithstanding her steady devotion to her own progress, she can scatter such rich alms among her sisters, it should be remembered that her charity is of the sort that does not impoverish, but blesseth him that gives and him that takes. Regard the matter as we will, however, the facts remain. Nearly 40,000 species of animals and plants have been added to the Systema Naturae by palaeontological research. This is a living population equivalent to that of a new continent in mere number, equivalent to that of a new hemisphere, if we take into account the small population of insects as yet found fossil, and the large proportion and peculiar organization of many of the vertebrata. But beyond this, it is perhaps not too much to say that, except for the necessity of interpreting palaeontological facts, the laws of distribution would have received less careful study, while few comparative anatomists, and those not of the first order, would have been induced by mere love of detail as such to study the minutiae of osteology, were it not that in such minutiae lie the only keys to the most interesting riddles offered by the extinct animal world. These assuredly are great and solid gains. Surely it is a matter for no small congratulation that in half a century, for palaeontology, though it dawned earlier, came into full day only with Cuvier, a subordinate branch of biology should have doubled the value and interest of the whole group of sciences to which it belongs. But this is not all. Allied with geology, palaeontology has established two laws of inestimable importance. The first, that one and the same area of the earth's surface has been successively occupied by very different kinds of living beings. The second, that the order of succession established in one locality holds good approximately in all. The first of these laws is universal and irreversible. The second is an induction from a vast number of observations, though it may possibly, and even probably, have to admit of exceptions. As a consequence of the second law, it follows that a peculiar relation frequently subsists between series of strata containing organic remains in different localities. The series resemble one another not only in virtue of a general resemblance of the organic remains in the two, but also in virtue of a resemblance in the order and character of the serial succession in each. There is a resemblance of arrangement, so that the separate terms of each series, as well as the whole series, exhibit a correspondence. Succession implies time. The lower members of an undisturbed series of sedimentary rocks are certainly older than the upper, and when the notion of age was once introduced as the equivalent of succession, it was no wonder that correspondence in succession came to be looked upon as a correspondence in age, or contemporaneity. And indeed, as long as relative age only is spoken of, correspondence in succession is correspondence in age. It is relative contemporaneity. But it would have been very much better for geology if so loose and ambiguous a term as contemporaneous had been excluded from her terminology, and if in its stead some term expressing similarity of serial relation, and excluding the notion of time altogether, had been employed to denote correspondence in position in two or more series of strata. In anatomy, where such correspondence of position has constantly to be spoken of, it is denoted by the word homology and its derivatives. And for geology, which after all is only the anatomy and physiology of the earth, it might be well to invent some single word such as homotaxis, similarity of order, in order to express an essentially similar idea. This, however, has not been done, and most probably the inquiry will at once be made, to what end burden science with a new and strange term in place of one old, familiar, and part of our common language? The reply to this question will become obvious as the inquiry into the results of palaeontology is pushed further. Those whose business it is to acquaint themselves specially with the work of palaeontologists, in fact, will be fully aware that very few, if any, would rest satisfied with such a statement of the conclusions of their branch of biology as that which has just been given. Our standard repertories of palaeontology profess to teach us far higher things, to disclose the entire succession of living forms upon the surface of the globe, to tell us of a wholly different distribution of climatic conditions in ancient times, to reveal the character of the first of all living existences, and to trace out the law of progress from them to us. It may not be unprofitable to bestow on these professions a somewhat more critical examination than they have hitherto received, in order to ascertain how far they rest on an irrefragable basis, or whether, after all, it might not be well for palaeontologists to learn a little more carefully that scientific ars artium, the art of saying, "I don't know." And to this end, let us define somewhat more exactly the extent of these pretensions of palaeontology. Everyone is aware that Professor Braun's Untersuchungen and Professor Pictet's Traité de Paléontologie are works of standard authority, familiarly consulted by every working palaeontologist. It is desirable to speak of these excellent books and of their distinguished authors with the utmost respect, and in a tone as far as possible removed from carping criticism. Indeed, if they are specially cited in this place, it is merely in justification of the assertion that the following propositions, which may be found implicitly or explicitly in the works in question, are regarded by the mass of palaeontologists and geologists, not only on the continent but in this country, as expressing some of the best established results of palaeontology. Thus, animals and plants began their existence together not long after the commencement of the deposition of the sedimentary rocks, and then succeeded one another in such a manner that a totally distinct faunae and florae occupied the whole surface of the earth, one after the other, and during distinct epochs of time. A geological formation is the sum of all the strata deposited over the whole surface of the earth during one of these epochs. A geological fauna or flora is the sum of all the species of animals or plants which occupied the whole surface of the globe during one of these epochs. The population of the earth's surface was at first very similar in all parts, and only from the middle of the tertiary epoch onwards began to show a distinct distribution in zones. The constitution of the original population, as well as the numerical proportions of its members, indicates a warmer and, on the whole, somewhat tropical climate, which remained tolerably equable throughout the year. The subsequent distribution of living beings in zones is the result of a gradual lowering of the general temperature, which first began to be felt at the poles. It is not now proposed to inquire whether these doctrines are true or false, but to direct your attention to a much simpler, though very essential, preliminary question: what is their logical basis? What are the fundamental assumptions upon which they all logically depend? And what is the evidence on which those fundamental propositions demand our assent? These assumptions are two. The first, that the commencement of the geological record is coeval with the commencement of life on the globe. The second, that geological contemporaneity is the same thing as chronological synchrony. Without the first of these assumptions, there would, of course, be no ground for any statement respecting the commencement of life. Without the second, all the other statements cited, every one of which implies a knowledge of the state of different parts of the earth at one and the same time, will be no less devoid of demonstration. The first assumption obviously rests entirely on negative evidence. This is, of course, the only evidence that ever can be available to prove the commencement of any series of phenomena. But at the same time, it must be recollected that the value of negative evidence depends entirely on the amount of positive corroboration it receives. If A.B. wishes to prove an alibi, it is of no use for him to get 1,000 witnesses simply to swear that they did not see him in such and such a place, unless the witnesses are prepared to prove that they must have seen him had he been there. But the evidence that animal life commenced with the lingular flags, for example, would seem to be exactly of this unsatisfactory, uncorroborated sort. The Cambrian witnesses simply swear that they haven't seen anybody their way, upon which the counsel for the other side immediately puts in 10 or 12,000 feet of Devonian sandstones to make oath they never saw a fish or a mollusk, though all the world knows there were plenty in their time. But then it is urged, though the Devonian rocks in one part of the world exhibit no fossils, in another they do, while the lower Cambrian rocks nowhere exhibit fossils, and hence no living being could have existed in their epoch. To this there are two replies. The first, that the observational basis of the assertion that the lowest rocks are nowhere fossiliferous is an amazingly small one, seeing how very small an area in comparison to that of the whole world has yet been fully searched. The second, that the argument is good for nothing unless the unfossiliferous rocks in question were not only contemporaneous in the geological sense, but synchronous in the chronological sense. To use the alibi illustration again, if a man wishes to prove he was in neither of two places A and B on a given day, his witnesses for each place must be prepared to answer for the whole day. If they can only prove that he was not at A in the morning and not at B in the afternoon, the evidence of his absence from both is nil, because he might have been at B in the morning and at A in the afternoon. Thus, everything depends upon the validity of the second assumption. And we must proceed to inquire, what is the real meaning of the word contemporaneous as employed by geologists? To this end, a concrete example may be taken. The lias of England and the lias of Germany, the Cretaceous rocks of Britain and the Cretaceous rocks of southern India, are termed by geologists contemporaneous formations, But whenever any thoughtful geologist is asked whether he means to say that they were deposited synchronously, he says, no, only within the same great epoch. And if, in pursuing the inquiry, he is asked what may be the approximate value and time of a great epoch, whether it means 100 years, or 1,000, or 1,000,000, or 10,000,000 years, his reply is, I cannot tell. If the further question be put, whether physical geology is in possession of any method by which the actual synchrony or the reverse of any two distant deposits can be ascertained, no such method can be heard of, it being admitted by all the best authorities that neither similarity of mineral composition, nor of physical character, nor even direct continuity of stratum are absolute proofs of the synchronism of even approximated sedimentary strata, while for distant deposits there seems to be no kind of physical evidence attainable of a nature competent to decide whether such deposits were formed simultaneously, or whether they possess any given difference of antiquity. To return to an example already given, all competent authorities will probably assent to the proposition that physical geology does not enable us in any way to reply to this question: were the British Cretaceous rocks deposited at the same time as those of India, or are they 1,000,000 of years younger, or 1,000,000 of years older? Is palaeontology able to succeed where physical geology fails? Standard writers on palaeontology, as has been seen, assume that she can. They take it for granted that deposits containing similar organic remains are synchronous, at any rate in a broad sense, and yet those who will study the 11th and 12th chapters of Sir Henry de la Beche's remarkable Researches in Theoretical Geology, published now nearly 30 years ago, and will carry out the arguments there most luminously stated to their logical consequences, may very easily convince themselves that even absolute identity of organic contents is no proof of the synchrony of deposits, while absolute diversity is no proof of difference of date. Sir Henry de la Beche goes even further, and adduces conclusive evidence to show that the different parts of one and the same stratum, having similar composition throughout, containing the same organic remains, and having similar beds above and below it, may yet differ to any conceivable extent in age. Edward Forbes was in the habit of asserting that the similarity of the organic contents of distant formations was prima facie evidence not of their similarity, but of their difference of age, and holding, as he did, the doctrine of single specific centres, the conclusion was as legitimate as any other, for the two districts must have been occupied by migration from one of the two, or from an intermediate spot, and the chances against exact coincidence of migration and of embedding are infinite. In point of fact, however, whether the hypothesis of single or of multiple specific centres be adopted, similarity of organic contents cannot possibly afford any proof of the synchrony of the deposits which contain them. On the contrary, it is demonstrably compatible with the lapse of the most prodigious intervals of time, and with the interposition of vast changes in the organic and inorganic worlds between the epochs in which such deposits were formed. On what amount of similarity of their faunae is the doctrine of the contemporaneity of the European and of the North American Silurians based? In the last edition of Sir Charles Lyell's Elementary Geology, it is stated, on the authority of a former president of this society, the late Daniel Sharp, that between 30 and 40% of the species of Silurian mollusca are common to both sides of the Atlantic. By way of due allowance for further discovery, let us double the lesser number, and suppose that 60% of the species are common to the North American and the British Silurians. 60% of the species in common is then proof of contemporaneity. Now, suppose that 1 million or 2 years hence, when Britain has made another dip beneath the sea and has come up again, some geologist applies this doctrine in comparing the strata laid bare by the upheaval of the bottom, say, of St. George's Channel, with what may then remain of the Suffolk Crag. Reasoning in the same way, he will at once decide that the Suffolk Crag and the St. George's Channel beds are contemporaneous, although we happen to know that a vast period, even in the geological sense of time, and physical changes of almost unprecedented extent separate the two. But if it be a demonstrable fact that strata containing more than 60 or 70% of species of mollusca in common and comparatively close together may yet be separated by an amount of geological time sufficient to allow of some of the greatest physical changes the world has seen, what becomes of that sort of contemporaneity, the sole evidence of which is a similarity of facies, or the identity of half a dozen species, or of a good many genera? And yet there is no better evidence for the contemporaneity assumed by all who adopt the hypothesis of universal faunae and florae, of a universally uniform climate, and of a sensible cooling of the globe during geological time. There seems then no escape from the admission that neither physical geology nor palaeontology possesses any method by which the absolute synchronism of two strata can be demonstrated. All that geology can prove is local order of succession. It is mathematically certain that in any given vertical linear section of an undisturbed series of sedimentary deposits, the bed which lies lowest is the oldest. In many other vertical linear sections of the same series, of course, corresponding beds will occur in similar order, but however great may be the probability, no man can say with absolute certainty that the beds in the two sections were synchronously deposited. For areas of moderate extent, it is doubtless true that no practical evil is likely to result from assuming the corresponding beds to be synchronous or strictly contemporaneous, and there are multitudes of accessory circumstances which may fully justify the assumption of such synchrony. But the moment the geologist has to deal with large areas, or with completely separated deposits, the mischief of confounding the homotaxis, or similarity of arrangement, which can be demonstrated, with synchrony or identity of date, for which there is not a shadow of proof under the one common term of contemporaneity, becomes incalculable, and proves the constant source of gratuitous speculations. For anything that geology or palaeontology are able to show to the contrary, a Devonian fauna and flora in the British Islands may have been contemporaneous with Silurian life in North America, and with a Carboniferous fauna and flora in Africa. Geographical provinces and zones may have been as distinctly marked in the Paleozoic epoch as at present, and those seemingly sudden appearances of new genera and species which we ascribe to new creation
may be simple results of migration. It may be so, it may be otherwise. In the present condition of our knowledge and of our methods, one verdict, not proven and not provable, must be recorded against all the grand hypotheses of the palaeontologist respecting the general succession of life on the globe. The order and nature of terrestrial life as a whole are open questions. Geology at present provides us with most valuable topographical records, but she has not the means of working them into a universal history. Is such a universal history then to be regarded as unattainable? Are all the grandest and most interesting problems which offer themselves to the geological student essentially insoluble? Is he in the position of a scientific Tantalus, doomed always to thirst for a knowledge which he cannot obtain? The reverse is to be hoped. Nay, it may not be impossible to indicate the source whence help will come. In commencing these remarks, mention was made of the great obligations under which the naturalist lies to the geologist and palaeontologist. Assuredly, the time will come when these obligations will be repaid tenfold, and when the maze of the world's past history, through which the pure geologist and the pure palaeontologist find no guidance, will be securely threaded by the clue furnished by the naturalist. End of section 19. Section 20 of Discourses, Biological and Geological by Thomas Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Geological Contemporaneity and Persistent Types of Life, continued. All who are competent to express an opinion on the subject are at present agreed that the manifold varieties of animal and vegetable form have not either come into existence by chance, nor result from capricious exertions of creative power, but they have taken place in a definite order, the statement of which order is what men of science term a natural law. Whether such a law is to be regarded as an expression of the mode of operation of natural forces, or whether it is simply a statement of the manner in which a supernatural power has thought fit to act, is a secondary question, so long as the existence of the law and the possibility of its discovery by the human intellect are granted. But he must be a half-hearted philosopher who, believing in that possibility, and having watched the gigantic strides of the biological sciences during the last 20 years, doubts that science will sooner or later make this further step, so as to become possessed of the law of evolution of organic forms, of the unvarying order of that great chain of causes and effects, of which all organic forms, ancient and modern, are the links. And then, if ever, we shall be able to begin to discuss with profit the questions respecting the commencement of life and the nature of the successive populations of the globe, which so many seem to think are already answered. The preceding arguments make no particular claim to novelty. Indeed, they have been floating more or less distinctly before the minds of geologists for the last 30 years. And if at the present time it has seemed desirable to give them more definite and systematic expression, it is because palaeontology is every day assuming a greater importance, and now requires to rest on a basis the firmness of which is thoroughly well assured. Among its fundamental conceptions there must be no confusion between what is certain and what is more or less probable. But depending the construction of a surer foundation than palaeontology now possesses, it may be instructive, assuming for the nonce the general correctness of the ordinary hypothesis of geological contemporaneity, to consider whether the deductions which are ordinarily drawn from the whole body of palaeontological facts are justifiable. The evidence on which such conclusions are based is of two kinds, negative and positive. The value of negative evidence in connection with this inquiry has been so fully and clearly discussed in an address from the chair of this society, which none of us have forgotten, that nothing need at present be said about it. The more as the considerations which have been laid before you have certainly not tended to increase your estimation of such evidence, it will be preferable to turn to the positive facts of palaeontology and to inquire what they tell us. We are all accustomed to speak of the number and the extent of the changes in the living population of the globe during geological time as something enormous. And indeed they are so, if we regard only the negative differences which separate the older rocks from the more modern, and if we look upon specific and generic changes as great changes, which from one point of view they truly are, but leaving the negative differences out of consideration, and looking only at the positive data furnished by the fossil world from a broader point of view, from that of the comparative anatomist, who has made the study of the greater modifications of animal form his chief business, a surprise of another kind dawns upon the mind, and under this aspect the smallness of the total change becomes as astonishing as was its greatness under the other. There are 200 known orders of plants. Of these, not one is certainly known to exist exclusively in the fossil state. The whole lapse of geological time has as yet yielded not a single new ordinal type of vegetable structure. The positive change in passing from the recent to the ancient animal world is greater, but still singularly small. No fossil animal is so distinct from those now living as to require to be arranged even in a separate class from those which contain existing forms. It is only when we come to the orders, which may be roughly estimated at about 130, that we meet with fossil animals so distinct from those now living as to require orders for themselves, and these do not amount, on the most liberal estimate, to more than about 10% of the whole. There is certainly no known extinct order of protozoa. There is but one among the Coelenterata, that of the rugose corals. There is none among the mollusca. There are 3, the Cystidia, Blastoidea, and Edrioasteroida among the echinoderms, and 2, the Trilobita and the Eurypterida among the Crustacea, making altogether 5 for the great subkingdom of Annulosa. Among vertebrates, there is no ordinarily distinct fossil fish. There is only one extinct order of amphibia, the Labyrinthodonts, but there are at least 4 distinct orders of reptilia, namely the Ichthyosauria, Plesiosauria, Pterosauria, Dinosauria, and perhaps another or 2. There is no known extinct order of birds, and no certainly known extinct order of mammals, the ordinal distinctness of the Toxodontia being doubtful. The objection that broad statements of this kind, after all, rest largely on negative evidence is obvious, but it has less force than may at first be supposed, for, as might be expected from the circumstances of the case, we possess more abundant positive evidence regarding fishes and marine molluscs than respecting any other forms of animal life, and yet these offer us, through the whole range of geological time, no species ordinarily distinct from those now living, while the far less numerous class of echinoderms presents 3, and the Crustacea 2 such orders, though none of these come down later than the Palaeozoic age. Lastly, the Reptilia present the extraordinary and exceptional phenomenon of as many extinct as existing orders, if not more, the forementioned maintaining their existence from the lias to the chalk inclusive. Some years ago, one of your secretaries pointed out another kind of positive palaeontological evidence tending towards the same conclusion, afforded by the existence of what he termed persistent types of vegetable and of animal life. He stated, on the authority of Dr. Hooker, that there are carboniferous plants which appear to be generically identical with some now living, that the cone of the oolitic Araucaria is hardly distinguishable from that of an existing species, that a true pinus appears in the Purbex, and a juglans in the chalk, while from the Bagshot sands a Banksia, the wood of which is not distinguishable from that of species now living in Australia, had been obtained. Turning to the animal kingdom, he affirmed the tabulate corals of the Silurian rocks to be wonderfully like those which now exist, while even the families of the Oporas were all represented in the older Mesozoic rocks. Among the mollusca, similar facts were adduced. Let it be borne in mind that Avicula, Mytilus, Chiton, Natica, Patella, Trochus, Discina, Orbicula, Lingula, Rinconella, and Nautilus, all of which are existing genera, are given without a doubt as Silurian in the last edition of Siluria, whilst the highest forms of the highest cephalopods are represented in the Lias Biogenesis, Belematoithis, which presents the closest relation to the existing Loligo. The 2 highest groups of the Annulosa, the Insecta and the Arachnida, are represented in the coal, either by existing genera or by forms differing from existing genera in quite minor peculiarities. Turning to the Vertebrata, the only Palaeozoic elasmobranch fish of which we have any complete knowledge is the Devonian and Carboniferous Pleurocanthus, which differs no more from existing sharks than these do from one another. Again, vast as is the number of undoubtedly ganoid fossil fishes, and great as is their range in time, a large mass of evidence has recently been adduced to show that almost all those respecting which we possess sufficient information are referable to the same subordinal groups as the existing Lepidosteus, Polypterus, and Sturgeon, and that a singular relation obtains between the older and the younger fishes, the former, the Devonian ganoids, being almost all members of the same suborder as the Polypterus, while the Mesozoic ganoids are almost all similarly allied to the Lepidosteus. Again, what can be more remarkable than the singular constancy of structure preserved through a vast period of time by the family of the Pycnodonts, and by that of the true coelacanths, the former persisting with but insignificant modifications from the Carboniferous to the Tertiary rocks inclusive, the latter existing with still less change from the Carboniferous rocks to the chalk inclusive. Among reptiles, the highest living group, that of the Crocodilia, is represented at the early part of the Mesozoic epoch by species identical in the essential characters of their organisation with those now living, and differing from the latter only in such matters as the form of the articular facets of the vertebral centra, in the extent to which the nasal passages are separated from the cavity of the mouth by bone, and in the proportions of the limbs. And even as regards the Mammalia, the scanty remains of Triassic and Oolitic species afford no foundation for the supposition that the organisation of the oldest forms differed nearly so much from some of those which now live as these differ from one another. It is needless to multiply these instances. Enough has been said to justify the statement that, in view of the immense diversity of known animal and vegetable forms, and the enormous lapse of time indicated by the accumulation of fossiliferous strata, the only circumstance to be wondered at is not that the changes of life as exhibited by positive evidence have been so great, but that they have been so small. Be they great or small, however, it is desirable to attempt to estimate them. Let us therefore take each great division of the animal world in succession, and whenever an order or a family can be shown to have had a prolonged existence, let us endeavour to ascertain how far the later members of the group differ from the earlier ones. If these later members, in all or in many cases, exhibit a certain amount of modification, the fact is so far evidence in favour of a general law of change, and, in a rough way, the rapidity of that change will be measured by the demonstrable amount of modification. On the other hand, it must be recollected that the absence of any modification, while it may leave the doctrine of the existence of a law of change without positive support, cannot possibly disprove all forms of that doctrine, though it may afford a sufficient refutation of many of them. The Protozoa. The Protozoa are represented throughout the whole range of geological series, from the lower Silurian formation to the present day. The most ancient forms, recently made known by Ehrenberg, are exceedingly like those which now exist. No one has ever pretended that the difference between any ancient and any modern foraminifera is of more than generic value, nor are the oldest foraminifera either simpler, more embryonic, or less differentiated than the existing forms. The Coelenterata. The tabulate corals have existed from the Silurian epoch to the present day, but I am not aware that the ancient Heliolites possesses a single mark of a more embryonic or less differentiated character, or less high organisation, than the existing Heliopora. As for the Aporous corals, in what respect is the Silurian Palaeocyclus less highly organised or more embryonic than the modern Fungia, or the Liassic Aporosa than the existing members of the same families? The Mollusca. In what sense is the living Waldheimia less embryonic or more specialised than the Paleozoic Spirofer, or the existing Rhynchonellae, Cranii, Discinae, Lingulae, than the Silurian species of the same genera? In what sense can Loligo or Spirula be said to be more specialised or less embryonic than the Belemnites, or the modern species of Lamellibranch and Gastropod genera than the Silurian species of the same genera? The Annulosa. The Carboniferous Insecta and Arachnida are neither less specialised nor more embryonic than these that now live, nor are the Liassic Cirripedia and Macrura, while several of the Brachyura which appear in the chalk belong to existing genera, and none exhibit either an intermediate or an embryonic character. The Vertebrata. Among fishes, I have referred to the coelacanthini, comprising the genera Coelacanthus, Holophagus, Undina, and Macropoma, as affording an example of a persistent type. And it is most remarkable to note the smallness of the differences between any of these fishes, affecting at most the proportions of the body and fins, and the character and sculpture of the scales, notwithstanding their enormous range in time. In all the essentials of its very peculiar structure, the Macropoma of the chalk is identical with the Coelacanthus of the coal. Look at the genus Lepidoptis again, persisting without a modification of importance from the Liassic to the Eocene formations inclusively. Or among the Teleostae, in what respect is the Beryx of the chalk more embryonic or less differentiated than Beryx thenitus of King George's Sound? Or, to turn to the higher vertebrata, in what sense are the Liassic Chelonia inferior to those which now exist? How are the Cretaceous Ichthyosauria, Plesiosauria, and Pterosauria less embryonic or more differentiated species than those of the Lias? Or, lastly, in what circumstance is the Phascolotherium more embryonic or of a more generalised type than the modern opossum, or a Lophiodon, or a Palaeotherium than a modern Tapirus or Hyrax? These examples might be almost indefinitely multiplied, but surely they are sufficient to prove that the only safe and unquestionable testimony we can procure, positive evidence, fails to demonstrate any sort of progressive modification towards a less embryonic or a less generalised type in a great many groups of animals of long continued geological existence. In these groups there is abundant evidence of variation, none of what is ordinarily understood as progression, and if the known geological record is to be regarded as even any considerable fragment of the whole, it is inconceivable that any theory of a necessarily progressive development can stand, for the numerous orders and families cited afford no trace of such a process. But it is a most remarkable fact that, while the groups which have been mentioned, and many besides, exhibit no sign of progressive modification, there are others coexisting with them under the same conditions, in which more or less distinct indications of such a process seem to be traceable. Among such indications I may remind you of the predominance of holostome gastropoda in the older rocks, as compared with that of siphonostone gastropoda in the later. A case less open to the objection of negative evidence, however, is that afforded by the tetrabranchiate cephalopoda, the forms of the shells and of the septal sutures exhibiting a certain increase of complexity in the newer genera. Here, however, one is met at once with the occurrence of Orthoceras and Baculites at the two ends of the series, and of the fact that one of the simplest genera, Nautilus, is that which now exists. The Crinoidea, in the abundance of stalked forms in the ancient formations, as compared with their present rarity, seem to present us with a fair case of modification from a more embryonic towards a less embryonic condition. But then, on careful consideration of the facts, the objection arises that the stalk, calyx, and arms of the Paleozoic crinoid are exceedingly different from the corresponding organs of a larval comatula, and it might with perfect justice be argued that Actinocrinus and Eucalyptocrinus, for example, depart to the full as widely in one direction from the stalked embryo of Chromatula as Chromatula itself does in the other. The Echinidea, again, are frequently quoted as exhibiting a gradual passage from a more generalised to a more specialised type, seeing that the elongated or oval spatangoids appear after the spheroidal echinoids. But here it might be argued, on the other hand, that the spheroidal echinoids in reality depart further from the general plan and from the embryonic form than the elongated spatangoids do, and that the peculiar dental apparatus and the pedicellariae of the former are marks of at least as great differentiation as the petaloid ambulacra and semitae of the latter. Once more, the prevalence of Mercurus before Brachyurus podothalmia is apparently a fair piece of evidence in favour of progressive modification in the same order of Crustacea. And yet the case will not stand much sifting, seeing that the Mercurus podothalmia depart as far in one direction from the common type of podothalmia, or from any embryonic condition of the Brachyura, as the Brachyura do in the other, and that the middle terms between Macrura and Brachyura, the Anomura, are little better represented in the older Mesozoic rocks than the Brachyura are. None of the cases of progressive modification which are cited from among the invertebrata appear to me to have a foundation less open to criticism than these. And if this be so, no careful reasoner would, I think, be inclined to lay very great stress upon them. Among the vertebrata, however, there are a few examples which appear to be far less open to objection. It is, in fact, true of several groups of vertebrata which have lived through a considerable range of time, that the endoskeleton, more particularly the spinal column of the older genera, presents a less ossified and so far less differentiated condition than that of the younger genera. Thus the Devonian ganoids, though almost all members of the same suborder as Polypterus, and presenting numerous important resemblances to the existing genus, which possesses biconcave vertebrae, are for the most part wholly devoid of ossified vertebral centra. The Mesozoic Lepidostidae, again, have at most biconcave vertebrae, while the existing Lepidosteus has salamandroid opistocylus vertebrae. So none of the Paleozoic sharks have shown themselves to be possessed of ossified vertebrae, while the majority of modern sharks possess such vertebrae. Again, the more ancient Crocodilia and Lacertilia have vertebrae with the articular facets of their centra flattened or biconcave, while the modern members of the same group have them procoelous. But the most remarkable examples of progressive modification of the vertebral column in correspondence with geological age are those afforded by the pycnodonts among fish and the labyrinthodonts among amphibia. The late able ichthyologist Haeckel pointed out the fact that, while the pycnodonts never possess true vertebral centra, they differ in the degree of expansion and extension of the ends of the bony arches of the vertebrae upon the sheath of the notochord. The Carboniferous forms exhibiting hardly any such expansion, while the Mesozoic genera present a greater and greater development, until, in the Tertiary forms, the expanded ends become suturally united, so as to form a sort of false vertebra. Hermann von Meyer, again, to whose luminous researches we are indebted for our present large knowledge of the organisation of the older labyrinthodonts, has proved that the Carboniferous Archaeosaurus had very imperfectly developed vertebral centra, while the Triassic Mastodonsaurus had the same parts completely ossified. Footnote: as this address is passing through the press, March 7, 1862, evidence lies before me of the existence of a new labyrinthodont, Phalidogasta, from the Edinburgh coalfield, with well ossified vertebral centra. End of footnote. The regularity and evenness of the dentition of the Anoplotherium as contrasted with that of existing artiodactyls, and the assumed nearer approach of the dentition of certain ancient carnivores to the typical arrangement, have also been cited as exemplifications of a law of progressive development, but I know of no other cases based on positive evidence which are worthy of particular notice. What, then, does an impartial survey of the positively ascertained truths of palaeontology testify in relation to the common doctrines of progressive modification, which suppose that modification to have taken place by a necessary progress from more to less embryonic forms, or from more to less generalized types, within the limits of the period represented by the fossiliferous rocks? It negatives those doctrines, for it either shows us no evidence of any such modification, or demonstrates it to have been very slight. And as to the nature of that modification, it yields no evidence whatsoever that the earlier members of any long-continued group were more generalized in structure than the later ones. To a certain extent, indeed, it may be said that imperfect ossification of the vertebral column is an embryonic character, but, on the other hand, it would be extremely incorrect to suppose that the vertebral columns of the older vertebrata are in any sense embryonic in their whole structure. Obviously, if the earliest fossiliferous rocks now known are coeval with the commencement of life, and if their contents give us any just conception of the nature and the extent of the earliest fauna and flora, the insignificant amount of modification which can be demonstrated to have taken place in any one group of animals or plants is quite incompatible with the hypothesis that all living forms are the results of a necessary process of progressive development entirely comprised within the time represented by the fossiliferous rocks. Contrariwise, any admissible hypothesis of progressive modification must be compatible with persistence without progression through indefinite periods. And should such an hypothesis eventually be proved to be true in the only way in which it can be demonstrated, namely by observation and experiment upon the existing forms of life, the conclusion will inevitably present itself that the Paleozoic, Mesozoic, and Cainozoic faunae and florae taken together bear somewhat the same proportion to the whole series of living beings which have occupied this globe as the existing fauna and flora do to them. Such are the results of palaeontology as they appear, and have for some years appeared, to the mind of an inquirer who regards that study simply as one of the applications of the great biological sciences, and who desires to see it placed upon the same sound basis as other branches of physical inquiry. If the arguments which have been brought forward are valid, probably no one, in view of the present state of opinion, will be inclined to think the time wasted which has been spent upon their elaboration. End of section 20. End of Geological Contemporaneity and Persistent Types of Life. Section 21 of Discourses, Biological and Geological by Thomas Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Geological Reform, 1869. Presidential Address to the Geological Society. Quote, "A great reform in geological speculation seems now to have become necessary." End quote. Quote, "It is quite certain that a great mistake has been made, that British popular geology at the present time is in direct opposition to the principles of natural philosophy." End quote. Footnote on Geological Time by Sir William Thomson, Doctor of Laws. Transactions of the Geological Society of Glasgow, Volume 3. End footnote. In reviewing the course of geological thought during the past year for the purpose of discovering those matters to which I might most fitly direct your attention in the address which it now becomes my duty to deliver from the presidential chair, the two somewhat alarming sentences which I have just read, and which occur in an able and interesting essay by an eminent natural philosopher, rose into such prominence before my mind that they eclipsed everything else. It is surely a matter of paramount importance for the British geologists, some of them very popular geologists too, here in solemn annual session assembled, to inquire whether the severe judgment thus passed upon them by so high an authority as Sir William Thomson is one to which they must plead guilty sans phrase, or whether they are prepared to say not guilty, and appeal for a reversal of the sentence to that higher court of educated scientific opinion to which we are all amenable. As your Attorney General for the time being, I thought I could not do better than to get up the case with the view of advising you. It is true that the charges brought forward by the other side involve the consideration of matters quite foreign to the pursuits with which I am ordinarily occupied, but in that respect I am only in the position which is 9 times out of 10 occupied by counsel, who nevertheless contrive to gain their causes mainly by force of mother wit and common sense, aided by some training in other intellectual exercises. Nerved by such precedents, I proceed to put my pleading before you. And the first question with which I propose to deal is, what is it to which Sir William Thomson refers when he speaks of geological speculation and British popular geology? I find 3 more or less contradictory systems of geological thought, each of which might fairly enough claim these appellations, standing side by side in Britain. I shall call one of them catastrophism, another uniformitarianism, the third evolutionism. And I shall try briefly to sketch the characters of each, that you may say whether the classification is or is not exhaustive. By catastrophism, I mean any form of geological speculation which, in order to account for the phenomena of geology, supposes the operation of forces different in their nature, or immeasurably different in power, from those which we at present see in action in the universe. The Mosaic cosmogony is in this sense catastrophic, because it assumes the operation of extra-natural power. The doctrine of violent upheavals, débâcles, and cataclysms in general is catastrophic, so far as it assumes that these were brought about by causes which have now no parallel. There was a time when catastrophism might preeminently have claimed the title of British popular geology, and assuredly it has yet many adherents, and reckons among its supporters some of the most honoured members of this society. By uniformitarianism I mean especially the teaching of Hutton and of Lyell. That great, though incomplete work, The Theory of the Earth, seems to me to be one of the most remarkable contributions to geology which is recorded in the annals of the science. So far as the not living world is concerned, uniformitarianism lies there not only in germ, but in blossom and fruit. If one asks how it is that Hutton was led to entertain views so far in advance of those prevalent in his time in some respects, while in others they seem most curiously limited, the answer appears to me to be plain. Hutton was in advance of the geological speculation of his time, because, in the first place, he had amassed a vast store of knowledge of the facts of geology gathered by personal observation in travels of considerable extent; and because, in the second place, he was thoroughly trained in the physical and chemical science of his day, and thus possessed, as much as any one in his time could possess it, the knowledge which is requisite for the just interpretation of geological phenomena, and the habit of thought which fits a man for scientific inquiry. It is to this thorough scientific training that I ascribe Hutton's steady and persistent refusal to look to other causes than those now in operation for the explanation of geological phenomena. Thus he writes, quote, "I do not pretend, as he (Monsieur de Luc) does in his theory, to describe the beginning of things. I take things such as I find them at present, and from these I reason with regard to that which must have been." End quote. And again, quote, "A theory of the earth which has for object truth can have no retrospect to that which have preceded the present order of the world, for this order alone is what we have to reason upon, and to reason without data is nothing but delusion. A theory, therefore, which is limited to the actual constitution of this earth cannot be allowed to proceed one step beyond the present order of things." End quote. And so clear is he that no causes beside such as are now in operation are needed to account for the character and disposition of the components of the crust of the earth, that he says broadly and boldly, quote, "There is no part of the earth which has not had the same origin, so far as this consists in that earth being collected at the bottom of the sea, and afterwards produced as land, along with masses of melted substances, by the operation of mineral causes." End quote. But other influences were at work upon Hutton beside those of a mind logical by nature and scientific by sound training, and the peculiar turn which his speculations took seems to me to be unintelligible unless these be taken into account. The arguments of the French astronomers and mathematicians, which at the end of the last century were held to demonstrate the existence of a compensating arrangement among the celestial bodies, whereby all perturbations eventually reduced themselves to oscillations on each side of a mean position, and the stability of the solar system was secured, had evidently taken strong hold of Hutton's mind. In those oddly constructed periods which seem to have prejudiced many persons against reading his works, but which are full of that peculiar, if unattractive, eloquence which flows from mastery of the subject, Hutton says, quote, "We have now got to the end of our reasoning. We have no data further to conclude immediately from that which actually is. But we have got enough. We have the satisfaction to find that in nature there is wisdom, system, and consistency. For having in the natural history of this earth seen a succession of worlds, we may from this conclude that there is a system in nature. In like manner as from seeing revolutions of the planet, it is concluded there is a system by which they are intended to continue those revolutions. But if the succession of worlds is established in the system of nature, it is in vain to look for anything higher in the origin of the earth. The result, therefore, of this physical inquiry is that we find no vestige of a beginning, no prospect of an end." End quote. Yet another influence worked strongly upon Hutton. Like most philosophers of his age, he coquetted with those final causes which have been named barren virgins, but which might be more fitly termed the hetairai of philosophy, so constantly have they led men astray. The final cause of the existence of the world is, for Hutton, the production of life and intelligence. Quote, "We have now considered the globe of this earth as a machine constructed upon chemical as well as mechanical principles, by which its different parts are all adapted in form, in quality, and in quantity to a certain end, an end attained with certainty of success, and an end from which you may perceive wisdom in contemplating the means employed. But is this world to be considered thus merely as a machine, to last no longer than its parts retain their present position, their proper forms and qualities? Or may it not be also considered as an organized body, such as has a constitution, in which the necessary decay of the machine is naturally repaired by the exertion of those productive powers by which it had been formed? This is the view in which we are now to examine the globe, to see if there be in the constitution of this world a reproductive operation by which a ruined constitution may be again repaired, and a duration or stability thus procured to the machine, considered as a world sustaining plants and animals." End quote. Curwen and the other Philistines of the day accused Hutton of declaring that his theory implied that the world never had a beginning, and never differed in condition from its present state. Nothing could be more grossly unjust, as he expressly guards himself against any such conclusion in the following terms, quote, "But in thus tracing back the natural operations which have succeeded each other, and mark to us the course of time past, we come to a period in which we cannot see any farther. This, however, is not the beginning of the operations which proceed in time and according to the wise economy of this world, nor is it the establishing of that which in the course of time had no beginning. It is only the limit of our retrospective view of these operations which have come to pass in time, and have been conducted by supreme intelligence." End quote. I have spoken of uniformitarianism as the doctrine of Hutton and of Lyell. If I have quoted the older writer rather than the newer, it is because his works are little known, and his claims on our veneration too frequently forgotten, not because I desire to dim the fame of his eminent successor. Few of the present generation of geologists have read Playfair's illustrations, fewer still the original Theory of the Earth, the more is the pity. But which of us has not thumbed every page of the Principles of Geology? I think that he who writes fairly the history of his own progress in geological thought will not be able to separate his debt to Hutton from his obligations to Lyell. And the history of the progress of individual geologists is the history of geology. No one can doubt that the influence of uniformitarian views has been enormous, and in the main most beneficial and favourable to the progress of sound geology. Nor can it be questioned that uniformitarianism has even a stronger title than catastrophism to call itself the geological speculation of Britain, or, if you will, British popular geology, for it is eminently a British doctrine, and has even now made comparatively little progress on the continent of Europe. Nevertheless, it seems to me to be open to serious criticism upon one of its aspects. I have shown how unjust was the insinuation that Hutton denied a beginning to the world. But it would not be unjust to say that he persistently, in practice, shut his eyes to the existence of that prior and different state of things which, in theory, he admitted. And in this aversion to look beyond the veil of stratified rocks, Lyell follows him. Hutton and Lyell alike agree in their indisposition to carry their speculations a step beyond the period recorded in the most ancient strata now open to observation in the crust of the earth. This is for Hutton the point at which we cannot see any farther, while Lyell tells us, quote, "The astronomer may find good reasons for ascribing the earth's form to the original fluidity of the mass in times long antecedent to the first introduction of living beings into the planet, but the geologist must be content to regard the earliest monuments which it is his task to interpret as belonging to a period when the crust had already acquired great solidity and thickness, probably as great as it now possesses, and when volcanic rocks, not essentially differing from those now produced, were formed from time to time, the intensity of volcanic heat being neither greater nor less than it is now." End quote. And again, quote, "As geologists, we learn that it is not only the present condition of the globe which has been suited to the accommodation of myriads of living creatures, but that many former states also have been adapted to the organization and habits of prior races of beings. The disposition of the seas, continents, and islands, and the climates have varied. The species likewise have been changed, and yet they have all been so modelled on types analogous to those of existing plants and animals as to indicate throughout a perfect harmony of design and unity of purpose. To assume that the evidence of the beginning or end of so vast a scheme lies within the reach of our philosophical inquiries, or even of our speculations, appears to be inconsistent with a just estimate of the relations which subsist between the finite powers of man and the attributes of an infinite and eternal being." End quote. The limitations implied in these passages appear to me to constitute the weakness and the logical defect of uniformitarianism. No one will impute blame to Hutton that, in face of the imperfect condition in his day of those physical sciences which furnish the keys to the riddles of geology, he should have thought it practical wisdom to limit his theory to an attempt to account for the present order of things. But I am at a loss to comprehend why, for all time, the geologist must be content to regard the oldest fossiliferous rocks as the ultima thule of his science, or what there is inconsistent with the relations between the finite and the infinite mind in the assumption that we may discern somewhat of the beginning or of the end of this speck in space we call our earth. The finite mind is certainly competent to trace out the development of the fowl within the egg, and I know not on what ground it should find more difficulty in unravelling the complexities of the development of the earth. In fact, as Kant has well remarked, the cosmical process is really simpler than the biological. This attempt to limit at a particular point the progress of inductive and deductive reasoning from the things which are to those which were, this faithlessness to its own logic seems to me to have cost uniformitarianism the place as the permanent form of geological speculation which it might otherwise have held. It remains that I should put before you what I understand to be the third phase of geological speculation, namely evolutionism. I shall not make what I have to say on this head clear unless I diverge, or seem to diverge for a while, from the direct path of my discourse so far as to explain what I take to be the scope of geology itself. I conceive geology to be the history of the earth in precisely the same sense as biology is the history of living beings. And I trust you will not think that I am overpowered by the influence of a dominant pursuit if I say that I trace a close analogy between these two histories. If I study a living being, under what heads does the knowledge I obtain fall? I can learn its structure, or what we call its anatomy, and its development, or the series of changes which it passes through to acquire its complete structure, then I find that the living being has certain powers resulting from its own activities and the interaction of these with the activities of other beings, the knowledge of which is physiology. Beyond this, the living being has a position in space and time, which is its distribution. All these form the body of ascertainable facts which constitute the status quo of the living creature. But these facts have their causes, and the ascertainment of these causes is the doctrine of etiology. If we consider what is knowable about the earth, we shall find that such earth knowledge, if I may so translate the word geology, falls into the same categories. What is termed stratigraphical geology is neither more nor less than the anatomy of the earth. And the history of the succession of the formations is the history of a succession of such anatomies, or corresponds with development as distinct from generation. The internal heat of the earth, the elevation and depression of its crust, its belchings forth of vapours, ashes, and lava, are its activities, in as strict a sense as are warmth and the movements and products of respiration the activities of an animal. The phenomena of the seasons, of the trade winds, of the Gulf Stream, are as much the results of the reaction between these inner activities and outward forces as are the budding of the leaves in spring and their falling in autumn the effects of the interaction between the organization of a plant and the solar light and heat. And as the study of the activities of the living being is called its physiology, so are these phenomena the subject matter of an analogous telluric physiology, to which we sometimes give the name of meteorology, sometimes that of physical geography, sometimes that of geology. Again, the earth has a place in space and in time, and relations to other bodies in both these respects, which constitute its distribution. This subject is usually left to the astronomer, but a knowledge of its broad outlines seems to me to be an essential constituent of the stock of geological ideas. All that can be ascertained concerning the structure, succession of conditions, actions, and position in space of the earth is the matter of fact of its natural history. But as in biology, there remains the matter of reasoning from these facts to their causes, which is just as much science as the other, and indeed more. And this constitutes geological etiology. Having regard to this general scheme of geological knowledge and thought, it is obvious that geological speculation may be, so to speak, anatomical and developmental speculation, so far as it relates to points of stratigraphical arrangement which are out of reach of direct observation, or it may be physiological speculation, so far as it relates to undetermined problems relative to the activities of the earth, or it may be distributional speculation if it deals with modifications of the earth's place in space, or finally, it will be etiological speculation if it attempts to deduce the history of the world as a whole from the known properties of the matter of the earth in the conditions in which the earth has been placed. For the purposes of the present discourse, I may take this last to be what is meant by geological speculation. Now, uniformitarianism, as we have seen, tends to ignore geological speculation in this sense altogether. The one point the catastrophists and the uniformitarians agreed upon when this society was founded was to ignore it. And you will find, if you look back into our records, that our revered fathers in geology plumed themselves a good deal upon the practical sense and wisdom of this proceeding. As a temporary measure, I do not presume to challenge its wisdom, but in all organized bodies, temporary changes are apt to produce permanent effects. And as time has slipped by, altering all the conditions which may have made such mortification of the scientific flesh desirable, I think the effect of the stream of cold water which has steadily flowed over geological speculation within these walls has been of doubtful beneficence. The sort of geological speculation to which I am now referring, geological etiology, in short, was created as a science by that famous philosopher Immanuel Kant, when, in 1775, he wrote his General Natural History and Theory of the Celestial Bodies, or an attempt to account for the constitutional and the mechanical origin of the universe upon Newtonian principles. In this very remarkable but seemingly little-known treatise, Kant expounds a complete cosmogony in the shape of a theory of the causes which have led to the development of the universe from diffused atoms of matter endowed with simple, attractive, and repulsive forces. "Give me matter," says Kant, "and I will build the world." And he proceeds to deduce from the simple data from which he starts a doctrine in all essential respects similar to the well-known nebular hypothesis of Laplace. He accounts for the relation of the masses and the densities of the planets to their distances from the sun, for the eccentricities of their orbits, for their rotations, for their satellites, for the general agreement in the direction of rotation among the celestial bodies, for Saturn's ring, and for the zodiacal light. He finds in each system of worlds indications that the attractive force of the central mass will eventually destroy its organization by concentrating upon itself the matter of the whole system. But as the result of this concentration, he argues for the development of an amount of heat which will dissipate the mass once more into a molecular chaos such as that in which it began. Kant pictures to himself the universe as once an infinite expansion of formless and diffused matter. At one point of this he supposes a single centre of attraction set up, and by strict deductions from admitted dynamical principles, shows how this must result in the development of a prodigious central body surrounded by systems of solar and planetary worlds in all stages of development. In vivid language he depicts the great world maelstrom widening the margins of its prodigious eddy in the slow progress of millions of ages, gradually reclaiming more and more of the molecular waste and converting chaos into cosmos. But what is gained at the margin is lost in the centre. The attractions of the central systems bring their constituents together, which then, by the heat evolved, are converted once more into molecular chaos. Thus, the worlds that are lie between the ruins of the worlds that have been and the chaotic materials of the worlds that shall be. And in spite of all waste and destruction, Cosmos is extending his borders at the expense of chaos. Kant's further application of his views to the earth itself is to be found in his Treatise on Physical Geography, a term under which the then unknown science of geology was included, a subject which he had studied with very great care and on which he lectured for many years. The fourth section of the first part of this treatise is called History of the Great Changes which the Earth has formerly undergone and is still undergoing, and is in fact a brief and pregnant essay upon the principles of geology. Kant gives an account first of, quote, the gradual changes which are now taking place, unquote, under the heads of such as are caused by earthquakes, such as are brought about by rain and rivers, such as are effected by the sea, such as are produced by winds and frost, and finally such as result from the operations of man. The second part is devoted to the memorials of the changes which the earth has undergone in remote antiquity. These are enumerated as A, proofs that the sea formerly covered the whole earth; B, proofs that the sea has often been changed into dry land and then again into sea; C, a discussion of the various theories of the earth put forward by Schweitzer, Moro, Bonnet, Woodward, White, Leibniz, Linnaeus, and Buffon. The third part contains an attempt to give a sound explanation of the ancient history of the earth. I suppose that it will be very easy to pick holes in the details of Kant's speculations, whether cosmological or specially telluric in their application. But for all that, he seems to me to have been the first person to frame a complete system of geological speculation by founding the doctrine of evolution. With as much truth as Hutton, Kant could say, I take things just as I find them at present, and from these I reason with regard to that which must have been. Like Hutton, he is never tired of pointing out that in nature there is wisdom, system, and consistency; and as in these great principles, so in believing that the cosmos has a reproductive operation by which a ruined constitution may be repaired, he forestalls Hutton. While, on the other hand, Kant is true to science. He knows no bounds to geological speculation but those of the intellect. He reasons back to the beginning of the present state of things. He admits the possibility of an end. End of section 21. Section 22 of Discourses, Biological and Geological by Thomas Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Geological Reform continued. I have said that three schools of geological speculation, which I have termed catastrophism, uniformitarianism, and evolutionism, are commonly supposed to be antagonistic to one another, and I presume it will have become obvious that, in my belief, the last is destined to swallow up the other two. But it is proper to remark that each of the latter has kept alive the tradition of precious truths. Catastrophism has insisted upon the existence of a practically unlimited bank of force on which the theorist might draw, and it has cherished the idea of the development of the earth from a state in which its form and the forces which it exerted were very different from those we now know. That such difference of form and power once existed is a necessary part of the doctrine of evolution. Uniformitarianism, on the other hand, has with equal justice insisted upon a practically unlimited bank of time ready to discount any quantity of hypothetical paper. It has kept before our eyes the power of the infinitely little time being granted, and has compelled us to exhaust known causes before flying to the unknown. To my mind, there appears no sort of necessary theoretical antagonism between catastrophism and uniformitarianism. On the contrary, it is very conceivable that catastrophes may be part and parcel of uniformity. Let me illustrate my case by analogy. The working of a clock is a model of uniform action. Good timekeeping means uniformity of action, but the striking of a clock is essentially a catastrophe. The hammer might be made to blow up a barrel of gunpowder or turn on a deluge of water. And by proper arrangement, the clock, instead of marking the hours, might strike at all sorts of irregular periods, never twice alike in the interval's force or number of its blows. Nevertheless, these irregular and apparently lawless catastrophes would be the result of an absolutely uniformitarian action, and we might have two schools of clock theorists, one studying the hammer and the other the pendulum. Still less is there any necessary antagonism between either of these doctrines and that of evolution, which embraces all that is sound in both catastrophism and uniformitarianism, while it rejects the arbitrary assumptions of the one and the as arbitrary limitations of the other. Nor is the value of the doctrine of evolution to the philosophic thinker diminished by the fact that it applies the same methods to the living and the not living world, and embraces in one stupendous analogy the growth of a solar system from molecular chaos, the shaping of the earth from the nebulous cubhood of its youth through innumerable changes and immeasurable ages to its present form, and the development of a living being from the shapeless mass of protoplasm we term a germ. I do not know whether evolutionism can claim that amount of currency which would entitle it to be called British popular geology, but more or less vaguely it is assuredly present in the minds of most geologists. Such being the three phases of geological speculation, we are now in a position to inquire which of these it is that Sir William Thomson calls upon us to reform in the passages which I have cited. It is obviously uniformitarianism which the distinguished physicist takes to be the representative of geological speculation in general. And thus the first issue is raised, inasmuch as many persons, and those not the least thoughtful among the younger geologists, do not accept strict uniformitarianism as the final form of geological speculation. We should say, if Hutton and Playfair declare the course of the world to have been always the same, point out the fallacy by all means, but in so doing, do not imagine that you are proving modern geology to be in opposition to natural philosophy. I do not suppose that at the present day any geologist will be found to maintain absolute uniformitarianism, to deny that the rapidity of the rotation of the earth may be diminishing, that the sun may be waxing dim, or that the earth itself may be cooling. Most of us, I suspect, are Gallios, who care for none of these things, being of opinion that, true or fictitious, they have made no practical difference to the earth during the period of which a record is preserved in stratified deposits. The accusation that we have been running counter to the principles of natural philosophy, therefore, is devoid of foundation. The only question which can arise is whether we have or have not been tacitly making assumptions which are in opposition to certain conclusions which may be drawn from those principles. And this question subdivides itself into two. The first, are we really contravening such conclusions? The second, if we are those conclusions so firmly based that we may not contravene them? I reply in the negative to both these questions, and I will give you my reasons for so doing. Sir William Thomson believes that he is able to prove by physical reasonings that, quote, the existing state of things on the earth, life on the earth, all geological history showing continuity of life, must be limited within some such period of time as 100 million years." Unquote. The first inquiry which arises plainly is, has it ever been denied that this period may be enough for the purposes of geology? The discussion of this question is greatly embarrassed by the vagueness with which the assumed limit is, I will not say defined, but indicated. Quote, "Some such period of past time as 100 million years." Now, does this mean that it may have been 200, 300, or 400 million years? Because this really makes all the difference. Footnote: Sir William Thomson implies that the precise time is of no consequence. Quote, "The principle is the same." Unquote. But as the principle is admitted, the whole discussion turns on its practical results. End of footnote. I presume that 100,000 feet may be taken as a full allowance for the total thickness of stratified rocks containing traces of life. 100,000 divided by 100 million equals 0.001. Consequently, the deposit of 100,000 feet of stratified rock in 100 million years means that the deposit has taken place at the rate of 1/1000th of a foot, or say 1/83rd of an inch, per annum. Well, I do not know that anyone is prepared to maintain that, even making all needful allowances, the stratified rocks may not have been formed on the average at the rate of 1/83rd of an inch per annum. I suppose that if such could be shown to be the limit of world growth, we could put up with the allowance without feeling that our speculations had undergone any revolution. And perhaps, after all, the qualifying phrase, "some such period," may not necessitate the assumption of more than 1/166th, or 1/249th, or 1/332nd of an inch of deposit per year, which of course would give us still more ease and comfort. But it may be said that it is biology, not geology, which asks for so much time, that the succession of life demands vast intervals. But this appears to me to be reasoning in a circle. Biology takes her time from geology. The only reason we have for believing in the slow rate of the change in living forms is the fact that they persist through a series of deposits which geology informs us have taken a long while to make. If the geological clock is wrong, all the naturalist will have to do is to modify his notions of the rapidity of change accordingly. And I venture to point out that when we are told that the limitation of the period during which living beings have inhabited this planet to 1, 2, or 300 million years requires a complete revolution in geological speculation, the onus probandi rests upon the maker of the assertion, who brings forward not a shadow of evidence in its support. Thus, if we accept the limitation of time placed before us by Sir William Thomson, it is not obvious on the face of the matter that we shall have to alter or reform our ways in any appreciable degree, and we may therefore proceed with much calmness, and indeed much indifference as to the result, to inquire whether that limitation is justified by the arguments employed in its support. These arguments are 3 in number. 1. The first is based upon the undoubted fact that the tides tend to retard the rate of the Earth's rotation upon its axis. That this must be so is obvious if one considers roughly that the tides result from the pull which the sun and the moon exert upon the sea, causing it to act as a sort of brake upon the rotating solid earth. Kant, who was by no means a mere abstract philosopher, but a good mathematician and well versed in the physical science of his time, not only proved this in an essay of exquisite clearness and intelligibility now more than a century old, but deduced from it some of its more important consequences, such as the constant turning of one face of the moon towards the earth. But there is a long step from the demonstration of a tendency to the estimation of the practical value of that tendency, which is all with which we are at present concerned. The facts bearing on this point appear to stand as follows. It is a matter of observation that the moon's mean motion is, and has for the last 3,000 years been, undergoing an acceleration relatively to the rotation of the earth. Of course, this may result from one of two causes. The moon may really have been moving more swiftly in its orbit, or the earth may have been rotating more slowly on its axis. Laplace believed he had accounted for this phenomenon by the fact that the eccentricity of the earth's orbit had been diminishing throughout these 3,000 years. This would produce a diminution of the mean attraction of the sun on the moon, in other words, an increase in the attraction of the earth on the moon, and consequently an increase in the rapidity of the orbital motion of the latter body. Laplace, therefore, laid the responsibility of the acceleration upon the moon, and if his views were correct, the tidal retardation must either be insignificant in amount or be counteracted by some other agency. Our great astronomer Adams, however, appears to have found a flaw in Laplace's calculation, and to have shown that only half the observed retardation could be accounted for in the way he had suggested. There remains, therefore, the other half to be accounted for. And here, in the absence of all positive knowledge, three sets of hypotheses have been suggested. A. M. Delaunay suggests that the earth is at fault in consequence of the tidal retardation. Messrs. Adams, Thomson, and Tate work out this suggestion and, quote, on a certain assumption as to the proportion of retardations due to the sun and moon, unquote, find the earth may lose 22 seconds of time in a century from this cause. B. But M. Dufour suggests that the retardation of the earth, which is hypothetically assumed to exist, may be due in part or wholly to the increase in the moment of inertia of the earth by meteors falling upon its surface. This suggestion also meets with the entire approval of Sir William Thomson, who shows that meteor dust accumulating at the rate of 1 foot in 4,000 years would account for the remainder of the retardation. C. Thirdly, Sir William Thomson brings forward an hypothesis of his own with respect to the cause of the hypothetical retardation of the earth's rotation. Quote, let us suppose ice to melt from the polar regions, 20 degrees round each pole, we may say, to the extent of something more than a foot thick, enough to give 1.1 foot of water over those areas, or 0.006 of a foot of water if spread over the whole globe, which would in reality raise the sea level by only some such undiscoverable difference as 3/4 of an inch or an inch. This or the reverse, which we believe might happen any year, and could certainly not be detected without far more accurate observations and calculations for the mean sea level than any hitherto made, would slacken or quicken the earth's rate as a timekeeper by 1/10 of a second per year. Unquote. I do not presume to throw the slightest doubt upon the accuracy of any of the calculations made by such distinguished mathematicians as those who have made the suggestions I have cited. On the contrary, it is necessary to my argument to assume that they are all correct. But I desire to point out that this seems to be one of the many cases in which the admitted accuracy of mathematical process is allowed to throw a wholly inadmissible appearance of authority over the results obtained by them. Mathematics may be compared to a mill of exquisite workmanship, which grinds you stuff of any degrees of fineness, but nevertheless what you get out depends upon what you put in. And as the grandest mill in the world will not extract wheat flour from peas cods, so pages of formulae will not get a definite result out of loose data. In the present instance, it appears to be admitted, 1, that it is not absolutely certain, after all, whether the moon's mean motion is undergoing acceleration or the earth's rotation retardation. And yet this is the key of the whole position. Footnote: it will be understood that I do not wish to deny that the earth's rotation may be undergoing retardation. End of footnote. 2. If the rapidity of the earth's rotation is diminishing, it is not certain how much of that retardation is due to tidal friction, how much to meteors, how much to possible excess of melting over accumulation of polar ice during the period covered by observation, which amounts at the outside to not more than 2,600 years. 3. The effect of a different distribution of land and water in modifying the retardation caused by tidal friction, and of reducing it under some circumstances to a minimum, does not appear to be taken into account. 4. During the Miocene epoch, the polar ice was certainly many feet thinner than it has been during or since the glacial epoch. Sir William Thomson tells us that the accumulation of something more than a foot of ice round the poles, which implies the withdrawal of, say, an inch of water from the general surface of the sea, will cause the earth to rotate quicker by 1/10 of a second per annum. It would appear, therefore, that the earth may have been rotating throughout the whole period which has elapsed from the commencement of the glacial epoch down to the present time 1 or more seconds per annum quicker than it rotated during the Miocene epoch. But, according to Sir William Thomson's calculation, tidal retardation will only account for a retardation of 22 seconds in a century, or 22 1/100ths, say 1/5 of a second per annum. Thus, assuming that the accumulation of polar ice since the Miocene epoch has only been sufficient to produce 10 times the effect of a coat of ice 1 foot thick, we shall have an accelerating cause which covers all the loss from tidal action and leaves a balance of 4/5 of a second per annum in the way of acceleration. If tidal retardation can be thus checked and overthrown by other temporary conditions, what becomes of the confident assertion, based on the assumed uniformity of tidal retardation, that 10,000 million years ago the earth must have been rotating more than twice as fast as at present, and therefore that we geologists are, quote, in direct opposition to the principles of natural philosophy, unquote, if we spread geological history over that time. 2. The second argument is thus stated by Sir William Thomson, quote, an article by myself published in Macmillan's Magazine for March 1862 on the age of the sun's heat explains results of investigation into various questions as to possibilities regarding the amount of heat that the sun could have dealing with it as you would with a stone or a piece of matter, only taking into account the sun's dimensions, which showed it to be possible that the sun may have already illuminated the earth for as many as 100 million years, but at the same time rendered it almost certain that he had not illuminated the earth for 500 millions of years. The estimates here are necessarily very vague, but vague as they are, I do not know that it is possible, upon any reasonable estimate founded on known properties of matter, to say that we can believe the sun has really illuminated the earth for 500 million years." End quote. I do not wish to Hansardize Sir William Thomson by laying much stress on the fact that only 15 years ago he entertained a totally different view of the origin of the sun's heat, and believed that the energy radiated from year to year was supplied from year to year, a doctrine which would have suited Hutton perfectly. But the fact that so eminent a physical philosopher has thus recently held views opposite to those which he now entertains, and that he confesses his own estimates to be, quote, "very vague," justly entitles us to disregard those estimates if any distinct facts on our side go against them. However, I am not aware that such facts exist. As I have already said, for anything I know, 100, 200, or 300 millions of years may serve the needs of geologists perfectly well. 3. The third line of argument is based upon the temperature of the interior of the earth. Sir William Thomson refers to certain investigations which prove that the present thermal condition of the interior of the earth implies either a heating of the earth within the last 20,000 years of as much as 100 degrees Fahrenheit, or a greater heating all over the surface at some time further back than 20,000 years, and then proceeds thus, quote, "Now, are geologists prepared to admit that at some time within the last 20,000 years there has been all over the earth so high a temperature as that? I presume not. No geologist, no modern geologist, would for a moment admit the hypothesis that the present state of underground heat is due to a heating of the surface at so late a period as 20,000 years ago. If that is not admitted, we are driven to a greater heat at some time more than 20,000 years ago. A greater heating all over the surface than 100 degrees Fahrenheit would kill nearly all existing plants and animals, I may safely say. Are modern geologists prepared to say that all life was killed off the earth 50,000, 100,000, or 200,000 years ago? For the uniformity theory, the further back the time of high surface temperature is put, the better. But the further back the time of heating, the hotter it must have been. The best for those who draw most largely on time is that which puts it furthest back, and that is the theory that the heating was enough to melt the whole. But even if it was enough to melt the whole, we must still admit some limit, such as 50 million years, 100 million years, or 200 or 300 million years ago. Beyond that, we cannot go." Unquote. It will be observed that the limit is once again of the vaguest, ranging from 50 million years to 300 million years. And the reply is, once more, that for anything that can be proved to the contrary, 100 or 200 million years might serve the purpose even of a thoroughgoing Huttonian uniformitarian very well. But if, on the other hand, the 100 million or 200 million years appear to be insufficient for geological purposes, we must closely criticise the method by which the limit is reached. The argument is simple enough. Assuming the earth to be nothing but a cooling mass, the quantity of heat lost per year, supposing the rate of cooling to have been uniform, multiplied by any given number of years, will be the minimum temperature that number of years ago. But is the earth nothing but a cooling mass, like a hot water jar such as is used in carriages, or a globe of sandstone? And has its cooling been uniform? An affirmative answer to both these questions seems to be necessary to the validity of the calculations on which Sir William Thomson lays so much stress. Nevertheless, it surely may be urged that such affirmative answers are purely hypothetical, and that other suppositions have an equal right to consideration. For example, is it not possible that, at the prodigious temperature which would seem to exist at 100 miles below the surface, all the metallic bases may behave as mercury does at a red heat, when it refuses to combine with oxygen, while nearer the surface, and therefore at a lower temperature, they may enter into combination, as mercury does with oxygen a few degrees below its boiling point, and so give rise to a heat totally distinct from that which they possess as cooling bodies? And has it not also been proved by recent researchers that the quality of the atmosphere may immensely affect its permeability to heat, and consequently profoundly modify the rate of cooling of the globe as a whole? I do not think that it can be denied that such conditions may exist, and may so greatly affect the supply and the loss of terrestrial heat as to destroy the value of any calculations which leave them out of sight. My functions as your advocate are at an end. I speak with more than the sincerity of a mere advocate when I express the belief that the case against us has entirely broken down. The cry for reform which has been raised without is superfluous, inasmuch as we have long been reforming from within with all needful speed. And the critical examination of the grounds upon which the very grave charge of opposition to the principles of natural philosophy has been brought against us rather shows that we have exercised a wise discrimination in declining for the present to meddle with our foundations. End of section 22. End of Geological Reform. Section 23 of Discourses, Biological and Geological by Thomas Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Palaeontology and the Doctrine of Evolution. Presidential Address to the Geological Society, 1870. It is now 8 years since, in the absence of the late Mr. Leonard Horner, who then presided over us, it fell to my lot, as one of the secretaries of this society, to draw up the customary annual address. I availed myself of the opportunity to endeavour to take stock of that portion of the science of biology which is commonly called Palaeontology, as it then existed, and, discussing one after another the doctrines held by palaeontologists, I put before you the results of my attempts to sift the well-established from the hypothetical or the doubtful. Permit me briefly to recall to your minds what those results were. 1. The living population of all parts of the earth's surface which have yet been examined has undergone a succession of changes which, upon the whole, have been of a slow and gradual character. 2. When the fossil remains which are the evidences of these successive changes, as they have occurred in any two more or less distant parts of the surface of the earth, are compared, they exhibit a certain broad and general parallelism. In other words, certain forms of life in one locality occur in the same general order of succession as, or are homotaxial with, similar forms in the other locality. 3. Homotaxis is not to be held identical with synchronism without independent evidence. It is possible that similar or even identical faunae and florae in two different localities may be of extremely different ages, if the term age is used in its proper chronological sense. I stated that geographical provinces or zones may have been as distinctly marked in the Paleozoic epoch as at present, and those seemingly sudden appearances of new genera and species which we ascribe to new creation may be simple results of migration. 4. The opinion that the oldest known fossils are the earliest forms of life has no solid foundation. 5. If we confine ourselves to positively ascertained facts, the total amount of change in the forms of animal and vegetable life since the existence of such forms is recorded is small. When compared with the lapse of time since the first appearance of these forms, the amount of change is wonderfully small. Moreover, in each great group of the animal and vegetable kingdoms, there are certain forms which are termed persistent types, which have remained with but very little apparent change from their first appearance to the present time. 6. In answer to the question, what then does an impartial survey of the positively ascertained truths of palaeontology testify in relation to the common doctrines of progressive modification, which suppose that modification to have taken place by a necessary progress from more to less embryonic forms, from more to less generalized types, within the limits of the period represented by the fossiliferous rocks? I reply, it negatives these doctrines, for it either shows us no evidence of such modification, or demonstrates such modification as has occurred to have been very slight. And as to the nature of that modification, it yields no evidence whatsoever that the earlier members of any long-continued group were more generalized in structure than the later ones. I think I cannot employ my last opportunity of addressing you officially more properly, I may say more dutifully, than in revising these old judgments with such help as further knowledge and reflection, and an extreme desire to get at the truth, may afford me. 1. With respect to the first proposition, I may remark that, whatever may be the case among the physical geologists, catastrophic palaeontologists are practically extinct. It is now no part of recognized geological doctrine that the species of one formation all died out and were replaced by a brand new set in the next formation. On the contrary, it is generally, if not universally, agreed that the succession of life has been the result of a slow and gradual replacement of species by species, and that all appearances of abruptness of change are due to breaks in the series of deposits, or other changes in physical conditions. The continuity of living forms has been unbroken from the earliest times to the present day. 2 and 3. The use of the word homotaxis instead of synchronism has not, so far as I know, found much favour in the eyes of geologists. I hope, therefore, that it is a love for scientific caution, and not mere personal affection for a bantling of my own, which leads me still to think that the change of phrase is of importance, and that the sooner it is made, the sooner shall we get rid of a number of pitfalls which beset the reasoner upon the facts and theories of geology. One of the latest pieces of foreign intelligence which has reached us is the information that the Austrian geologists have at last succumbed to the weighty evidence which M. Barrande has accumulated, and have admitted the doctrine of colonies. But the admission of the doctrine of colonies implies the further admission that even identity of organic remains is no proof of the synchronism of the deposits which contain them. For the discussions touching the Eozoan, which commenced in 1864, have abundantly justified the fourth proposition. In 1862, the oldest record of life was in the Cambrian rocks. But if the Eozoan be, as Principal Dawson and Dr. Carpenter have shown so much reason for believing, the remains of a living being, the discovery of its true nature carried life back to a period which, as Sir William Logan has observed, is as remote from that during which the Cambrian rocks were deposited as the Cambrian epoch itself is from the Tertiaries. In other words, the ascertained duration of life upon the globe was nearly doubled at a stroke. 5. The significance of persistent types, and of the small amount of change which has taken place, even in those forms which can be shown to have been modified, becomes greater and greater in my eyes the longer I occupy myself with the biology of the past. Consider how long a time has elapsed since the Miocene epoch. Yet at that time there is reason to believe that every important group in every order of the Mammalia was represented. Even the comparatively scanty Eocene fauna yields examples of the orders Chiroptera, Insectivora, Rodentia, and Perissodactyla, of Artiodactyla, under both the ruminant and the porcine modifications, of Carnivora, Cetacea, and Marsupialia. Or, if we go back to the older half of the Mesozoic epoch, how truly surprising it is to find every order of the Reptilia, except the Ophidia, represented, while some groups, such as the Ornithoscelida and the Pterosauria, more specialized than any which now exist, abounded. There is one division of the Amphibia which offers especially important evidence upon this point, inasmuch as it bridges over the gap between the Mesozoic and the Paleozoic formations, often supposed to be of such prodigious magnitude, extending as it does from the bottom of the Carboniferous series to the top of the Trias, if not into the Lias. I refer to the Labyrinthodonts. As the address of 1862 was passing through the press, I was able to mention in a note the discovery of a large Labyrinthodont with well ossified vertebrae in the Edinburgh coalfield. Since that time, 8 or 10 distinct genera of Labyrinthodonts have been discovered in the Carboniferous rocks of England, Scotland, and Ireland, not to mention the American forms described by Principal Dawson and Professor Cope. So that at the present time the Labyrinthodont fauna of the Carboniferous rocks is more extensive and diversified than that of the Trias, while its chief types, so far as osteology enables us to judge, are quite as highly organized. Thus it is certain that a comparatively highly organized vertebrate type, such as that of the Labyrinthodonts, is capable of persisting, with no considerable change, through the period represented by the vast deposits which constitute the Carboniferous, the Permian, and the Triassic formations. The very remarkable results which have been brought to light by the sounding and dredging operations, which have been carried on with such remarkable success by the expeditions sent out by our own, the American, and the Swedish governments under the supervision of able naturalists have a bearing in the same direction. These investigations have demonstrated the existence at great depths in the ocean of living animals, in some cases identical with, in others very similar to, those which are found fossilized in the white chalk. The Globigerinoe, cyatholids, coccospheres, discoliths in the one are absolutely identical with those in the other. There are identical or closely analogous species of sponges, echinoderms, and brachiopods. Off the coast of Portugal there now lives a species of Beryx, which doubtless leaves its bones and scales here and there in the Atlantic ooze, as its predecessor left its spoils in the mud of the sea of the Cretaceous epoch. Many years ago I ventured to speak of the Atlantic mud as modern chalk, and I know of no fact inconsistent with the view which Professor Wyville Thomson has advocated, that the modern chalk is not only the lineal descendant of the ancient chalk, but that it remains, so to speak, in the possession of the ancestral estate, and that from the Cretaceous period, if not much earlier, to the present day, the deep sea has covered a large part of what is now the area of the Atlantic. But if Globigerina and Terebratula, Caput serpentis, and Beryx, not to mention other forms of animals and of plants, thus bridge over the interval between the present and the Mesozoic periods, is it possible that the majority of other living things underwent a sea change into something new and strange all at once? 6. Thus far I have endeavoured to expand and to enforce by fresh arguments, but not to modify in any important respect, the ideas submitted to you on a former occasion. But when I come to the propositions touching progressive modification, it appears to me, with the help of the new light which has broken from various quarters, that there is much ground for softening the somewhat Brutus-like severity with which, in 1862, I dealt with the doctrine, for the truth of which I should have been glad enough to be able to find a good foundation. So far, indeed, as the invertebrata and the lower vertebrata are concerned, the facts and the conclusions which are to be drawn from them appear to me to remain what they were. For anything that as yet appears to the contrary, the earliest known marsupials may have been as highly organized as their living congeners. The Permian lizards show no signs of inferiority to those of the present day. The labyrinthodonts cannot be placed below the living salamander and triton. The Devonian ganoids are closely related to Polypterus and to Lepidosiren. But when we turn to the higher vertebrata, the results of recent investigations, however we may sift and criticise them, seem to me to leave a clear balance in favour of the doctrine of the evolution of living forms one from another. Nevertheless, in discussing this question, it is very necessary to discriminate carefully between the different kinds of evidence from fossil remains which are brought forward in favour of evolution. Every fossil which takes an intermediate place between forms of life already known may be said, so far as it is intermediate, to be evidence in favour of evolution, inasmuch as it shows a possible road by which evolution may have taken place. But the mere discovery of such a form does not in itself prove that evolution took place by and through it, nor does it constitute more than presumptive evidence in favour of evolution in general. Suppose A, B, C to be three forms, while B is intermediate in structure between A and C. Then the doctrine of evolution offers four possible alternatives. A may have become C by way of B, or C may have become A by way of B, or A and C may be independent modifications of B, or A, B, and C
may be independent modifications of some unknown D. Take the case of the pigs, Anoplotheridae, and the ruminants. The Anoplotheridae are intermediate between the first and the last, but this does not tell us whether the ruminants have come from the pigs, or the pigs from ruminants, or both from Anoplotheridae, or whether pigs, ruminants, and Anoplotheridae alike may not have diverged from some common stock. But if it can be shown that A, B, and C exhibit successive stages in the degree of modification or specialization of the same type, and if further it can be proved that they occur in successively newer deposits, A being the oldest and C in the newest, then the intermediate character of B has quite another importance, and I should accept it without hesitation as a link in the genealogy of C. I should consider the burden of proof to be thrown upon anybody who denied C to have been derived from A by way of B, or in some closely analogous fashion, for it is always probable that one may not hit upon the exact line of filiation, and in dealing with fossils may mistake uncles and nephews for fathers and sons. I think it necessary to distinguish between the former and the latter classes of intermediate forms as intercalary types and linear types. When I apply the former term, I merely mean to say that, as a matter of fact, the form B, so named, is intermediate between the others, in the sense in which the Anoplotherium is intermediate between the pigs and the ruminants, without either affirming or denying any direct genetic relation between the three forms involved. When I apply the latter term, on the other hand, I mean to express the opinion that the forms A, B, and C constitute a line of descent, and that B is thus part of the lineage of C. From the time when Cuvier's wonderful researches upon the extinct mammals of the Paris gypsum first made intercalary types known, and caused them to be recognized as such, the number of such forms has steadily increased among the higher Mammalia. Not only do we now know numerous intercalary forms of Ungulata, but M. Gaudry's great monograph upon the fossils of Pycomi, which strikes me as one of the most perfect pieces of palaeontological work I have seen for a long time, shows us, among the primates, Mesopithecus as an intercalary form between the Semnopitheci and the Macaci, and among the Carnivora, Hyaenictus and Ichthyotherium as intercalary, or perhaps linear, types between the Viverridae and the Hyaenidae. Hardly any order of the higher Mammalia stands so apparently separate and isolated from the rest as that of the Cetacea, though a careful consideration of the structure of the pinnipede carnivora, or seals, shows in them many an approximation towards the still more completely marine mammals. The extinct Zeuglodon, however, presents us with an intercalary form between the type of the seals and that of the whales. The skull of this great Eocene sea monster, in fact, shows, by the narrow and prolonged interorbital region, the extensive union of the parietal bones in a sagittal suture, the well-developed nasal bones, the distinct and large incisors implanted in premaxillary bones, which take a full share in bounding the forepart of the gape, the two-fanged molar teeth with triangular and serrated crowns, not exceeding 5 on each side on each jaw, and the existence of a deciduous dentition, its close relation with the seals. While, on the other hand, the produced rostral form of the snout, the long symphysis, and the low coronary process of the mandible are approximations to the cetacean form of those parts. The scapula resembles that of the cetacean Hyperoodon, but the supraspinous fossa is larger and more seal-like
as is the humerus, which differs from that of the Cetacea in presenting true articular surfaces for the free jointing of the bones of the forearm. In the apparently complete absence of hinder limbs, and in the characters of the vertebral column, the Zeuglodon lies on the Cetacean side of the boundary line, so that, upon the whole, the Zeuglodonts, transitional as they are conveniently retained in the Cetacean order. And the publication in 1864 of M. van Beneden's memoir on the Miocene and Pliocene Squalodon furnished much better means than anatomist previously possessed of fitting in another link of the chain which connects the existing Cetacea with Zeuglodon. The teeth are much more numerous, although the molars exhibit the Zeuglodont double fang. The nasal bones are very short, and the upper surface of the rostrum presents the groove, filled up during life by the prolongation of the ethmoidal cartilage, which is so characteristic of the majority of the Cetacea. It appears to me that, just as among the existing carnivora the walruses and the eared seals are intercalary forms between the fissipede carnivora and the ordinary seals, so the Zeuglodonts are intercalary between the carnivora as a whole and the Cetacea. Whether the Zeuglodonts are also linear types in their relation to these two groups cannot be ascertained until we have more definite knowledge than we possess at present respecting the relations in time of the carnivora and Cetacea. Thus far we have been concerned with the intercalary types which occupy the intervals between families or orders of the same class. But investigations which have been carried on by Professor Gegenbaur, Professor Cope, and myself into the structure and relations of the extinct reptilian forms of the Ornithoscelida, or Dinosauria, and Compsognatha, have brought to light the existence of intercalary forms between what have hitherto been always regarded as very distinct classes of the vertebrate subkingdom, namely Reptilia and Aves. Whatever inferences may or may not be drawn from the fact, it is now an established truth that in many of these Ornithoscelida the hind limbs and the pelvis are much more similar to those of birds than they are to those of reptiles, and that these bird reptiles, or reptile birds, were more or less completely bipedal. When I addressed you in 1862, I should have been bold indeed had I suggested that palaeontology would before long show us the possibility of a direct transition from the type of the lizard to that of the ostrich. At the present moment we have in the Ornithoscelida the intercalary type, which proves that transition to be something more than a possibility. But it is very doubtful whether any of the genera of Ornithoscelida with which we are at present acquainted are the actual linear types by which the transition from the lizard to the bird was effected. These very probably are still hidden from us in the older formations. End of section 23. Section 24 of Discourses, Biological and Geological by Thomas Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Palaeontology and the Doctrine of Evolution, continued. Let us now endeavour to find some cases of true linear types, or forms which are intermediate between others because they stand in a direct genetic relation to them. It is no easy matter to find clear and unmistakable evidence of filiation among fossil animals, for in order that such evidence should be quite satisfactory, it is necessary that we should be acquainted with all the most important features of the organisation of the animals which are supposed to be thus related, and not merely with fragments, upon which the genera and species of the palaeontologist are so often based. Monsieur Gaudry has arranged the species of the Hyenidae, Proboscidea, Rhinocerotidae, and Equidae in their order of filiation from their earliest appearance in the Miocene epoch to the present time, and Professor Rutemeyer has drawn up similar schemes for the oxen and other Ungulata, with what I am disposed to think is a fair and probable approximation to the order of nature. But as no one is better aware than these two learned, acute, and philosophical biologists, all such arrangements must be regarded as provisional, except in those cases in which, by a fortunate accident, large series of remains are obtainable from a thick and widespread series of deposits. It is easy to accumulate probabilities, hard to make out some particular case in such a way that it will stand rigorous criticism. After much search, however, I think that such a case is to be made out in favour of the pedigree of the horses. The genus Equus is represented as far back as the latter part of the Miocene epoch. But in deposits belonging to the middle of that epoch, its place is taken by two other genera, Hipparion and Anchitherium, and in the lowest Miocene and upper Eocene only the last genus occurs. A species of Anchitherium was referred by Cuvier to the Palaeotheria under the name of Palaeotheria aurelianense. The grinding teeth are, in fact, very similar in shape and in pattern, and, in the absence of any thick layer of cement, to those of some species of Palaeotherium, especially Cuvier's Palaeotherium minus, which has been formed into a separate genus, Plagiolophus, by Pommel. But in the fact that there are only 6 full-sized grinders in the lower jaw, the first premolar being very small, that the anterior grinders are as large as, or rather larger than, the posterior ones, that the second premolar has an anterior prolongation, and that the posterior molar of the lower jaw has, as Cuvier pointed out, a posterior lobe of much smaller size and different form, the dentition of Anchitherium departs from the type of Palaeotherium and approaches that of the horse. Again, the skeleton of Anchitherium is extremely equine. Monsieur Christol goes so far as to say that the description of the bones of the horse or the ass current in veterinary works would fit those of Anchitherium, and in a general way this may be true enough, but there are some most important differences, which indeed are justly indicated by the same careful observer. Thus, the ulna is complete throughout, and its shaft is not a mere rudiment fused into one bone with the radius. There are 3 toes, one large in the middle and one small on each side. The femur is quite like that of a horse, and has the characteristic fossa above the external condyle. In the British Museum there is a most instructive specimen of the leg bones, showing that the fibula was represented by the external malleolus, and by a flat tongue of bone which extends up from it on the outer side of the tibia, and is closely ankylosed with the latter bone. The hind toes are 3, like those of the foreleg, and the middle metatarsal bone is much less compressed from side to side than that of the horse. In the Hipparion, the teeth nearly resemble those of the horses, though the crowns of the grinders are not so long. Like those of the horses, they are abundantly coated with cement. The shaft of the ulna is reduced to a mere style, ankylosed throughout nearly its whole length with the radius, and appearing to be little more than a ridge on the surface of the latter bone until it is carefully examined. The front toes are still 3, but but the outer ones are more slender than an Anchitherium, and their hoofs smaller in proportion to that of the middle toe. They are, in fact, reduced to mere dew claws, and do not touch the ground. In the leg, the distal end of the fibula is so completely united with the tibia that it appears to be a mere process of the latter bone, as in the horses. In Equus, finally, the crowns of the grinding teeth become longer, and their patterns are slightly modified. The middle of the shaft of the ulna usually vanishes, and its proximal and distal ends ankylose with the radius. The phalanges of the two outer toes in each foot disappear, their metacarpal and metatarsal bones being left as splints. The Hipparion has large depressions on the face in front of the orbits, like those for the lamias of many ruminants, but the traces of these are to be seen in some of the fossil horses from the Sewallic Hills, and, as Leidy's recent researchers show, they are preserved in Anchitherium. When we consider these facts, and the further circumstance that the Hipparions, the remains of which have been collected in immense numbers, were subject, as M. Gaudry and others have pointed out, to a great range of variation, it appears to me impossible to resist the conclusion that the types of the Anchitherium, of the Hipparion, and of the ancient horses constitute the lineage of the modern horses, the Hipparion being the intermediate stage between the other two, and answering to my B in my former illustration. The process by which the Anchitherium has been converted into Equus is one of specialization, or of more and more complete deviation from what might be called the average form of an ungulate mammal. In the horses, the reduction of some parts of the limbs, together with the special modification of those which are left, is carried to a greater extent than in any other hoofed mammals. The reduction is less, and the specialization is less, in the Hipparion, and still less in the Anchitherium, but yet, as compared with other mammals, the reduction and specialization of parts in the Anchitherium remain great. Is it not probable, then, that, just as in the Miocene epoch we find an ancestral equine form less modified than Equus, so if we go back to the Eocene epoch, we shall find some quadruped related to the Anchitherium, as Hipparion is related to Equus, and consequently departing less from the average form? I think that this desideratum is very nearly, if not quite, supplied by Plagiolophus, remains of which occur abundantly in some parts of the Upper and Middle Eocene formations. The patterns of the grinding teeth of Plagiolophus are similar to those of Anchitherium, and their crowns are as thinly covered with cement, but the grinders diminish in size forwards, and the last lower molar has a large hind lobe, convex outwards and concave inwards, as in Palaeotherium. The ulna is complete and much larger than in any of the Equidae, while it is more slender than in most of the true Palaeotheria. It is fixedly united, but not ankylosed, with the radius. There are 3 toes in the forelimb, the outer ones being slender, but less attenuated than in the Equidae. The femur is more like that of the Palaeotheria than that of the horse, and has only a small depression above its outer condyle, in the place of the great fossa which is so obvious in the Equidae. The fibula is distinct, but very slender, and its distal end is ankylosed with the tibia. There are 3 toes on the hind foot, having similar proportions to those on the forefoot. The principal metacarpal and metatarsal bones are flatter than they are in any of the Equidae, and the metacarpal bones are longer than the metatarsals, as in the Palaeotheria. In its general form, Plagiolophus resembles a very small and slender horse, and is totally unlike the reluctant pig-like creature depicted in Cuvier's restoration of his Palaeotherium minus in the Ossements fossiles. It would be hazardous to say that Plagiolophus is the exact radical form of the equine quadrupeds, but I do not think there can be any reasonable doubt that the latter animals have resulted from the modification of some quadruped similar to Plagiolophus. We have thus arrived at the Middle Eocene formation, and yet have traced back the horses only to a three-toed stock. But these three-toed forms, no less than the equine quadrupeds themselves, present rudiments of the two other toes, which appertain to what I have termed the average quadruped. If the expectation raised by the splints of the horses, that in some ancestor of the horse these splints will be found to be complete digits, has been verified, we are furnished with very strong reasons for looking for a no less complete verification of the expectation that the three-toed Plagiolophus, like Avis of the horse, must have had a five-toed Atavus at some earlier period. No such five-toed Atavus, however, has yet made its appearance among the few middle and older Eocene mammalia which are known. Another series of closely affiliated forms, though the evidence they afford is perhaps less complete than that of the equine series, is presented to us by the Dicobuni of the Eocene epoch, by the Cainotherium of the Miocene, and the Tragulidae, or so-called musk deer, of the present day. The Tragulidae have no incisors in the upper jaw, and only 6 grinding teeth on each side of each jaw, while the canine is moved up to the outer incisor, and there is a diastema in the lower jaw. There are 4 complete toes on the hind foot, but the middle metatarsals usually become sooner or later ankylosed into a cannon bone. The navicular and cuboid unite, and the distal end of the fibula is ankylosed with the tibia. In Cainotherium and Dicobuni, the upper incisors are fully developed. There are 7 grinders. The teeth form a continuous series without a diastema. The metatarsals, the navicular and cuboid, and the distal end of the fibula remain free. In the Cainotherium also, the second metacarpal is developed, but it is much shorter than the third, while the fifth is absent or rudimentary. In this respect it resembles Anaplotherium secundarium. This circumstance, and the peculiar pattern of the upper molars in Cainotherium, lead me to hesitate in considering it as the actual ancestor of the modern Tragulidae. If Dicobuni has a 4-toed forefoot, though I am inclined to suspect that it resembles Cainotherium, it will be a better representative of the oldest forms of the Traguline series. But the Dicobuni occurs in the Middle Eocene, and is in fact the oldest known artiodactyl mammal. Where, then, must we look for its 5-toed ancestor? If we follow down other lines of recent and tertiary ungulata, the same question presents itself. The pigs are traceable back through the Miocene epoch to the Upper Eocene, where they appear in the 2 well-marked forms of Hyopotamus and Chloropotamos. But Hyopotamus appears to have had only 2 toes. Again, all the great groups of the ruminants, the Bovidae, Antilopidae, Camelopardae, Cervidae, are represented in the Miocene epoch, and so are the camels. The Upper Eocene Anoplotherium, which is intercalary between the pigs and the Tragulidae, has only 2, or at most 3, toes. Among the scanty mammals of the Lower Eocene formation, we have the perissodactyl ungulata, represented by Coryphodon, Herocotherium, Pliolophus. Suppose for a moment, for the sake of following out the argument, that Pliolophus represents the primary stock of the perissodactyls, and Icabuni that of the artiodactyls, though I am far from saying that such is the case. Then we find in the earliest fauna of the Eocene epoch, to which our investigations carry us, the 2 divisions of the ungulata completely differentiated, and no trace of any common stock of both, or of 5-toed predecessors to either. With the case of the horses before us, justifying a belief in the production of new animal forms by modification of old ones, I see no escape from the necessity of seeking for these ancestors of the ungulata beyond the limits of the tertiary formations. I could as soon admit special creation at once as suppose that the perissodactyls and the artiodactyls had no 5-toed ancestors. And when we consider how large a portion of the tertiary period elapsed before the Anchitherium was converted into Equus, it is difficult to escape the conclusion that a large proportion of time anterior to the tertiary period must have been expended in converting the common stock of the ungulata into perissodactyls and artiodactyls. The same moral is inculcated by the study of every other order of tertiary monodelphous mammalia. Each of these orders is represented in the Miocene epoch. The Eocene formation, as I have already said, contains Chiroptera, Insectivora, Rodentia, Ungulata, Carnivora, and Cetacea. But the Chiroptera are extreme modifications of the Insectivora, just as the Cetacea are extreme modifications of the carnivorous type. And therefore it is to my mind incredible that the monodelphous Insectivora and Carnivora should not have been abundantly developed along with the Ungulata in the Mesozoic epoch. But if this be the case, how much further back must we go to find the common stock of the monodelphous mammalia? As to the Didelphia, if we may trust the evidence which seems to be afforded by their very scanty remains, a hypsiprimnoid form existed at the epoch of the Trias contemporaneously with a carnivorous form. At the epoch of the Trias, therefore, the marsupialia must have already existed long enough to have become differentiated into carnivorous and herbivorous forms. But the monotremata are lower forms than the Didelphia, which last are intercalary between the Ornithodelphia and the Monodelphia. To what point of the Palaeozoic epoch, then, must we, upon any rational estimate, relegate the origin of the monotremata? The investigation of the occurrence of the classes and of the orders of the Sauropsida in time points in exactly the same direction. If, as there is great reason to believe, true birds existed in the Triassic epoch, the ornithosqueletous forms by which reptiles passed into birds must have preceded them. In fact, there is even at present considerable ground for suspecting the existence of Dinosauria in the Permian formations. But in that case, lizards must be of a still earlier date. And if the very small differences which are observable between the crocodilia of the older Mesozoic formations and those of the present day furnish any sort of approximation towards an estimate of the average rate of change among the Sauropsida, It is almost appalling to reflect how far back in Paleozoic times we must go before we can hope to arrive at that common stock from which the Crocodilia, Lacertilia, Ornithoscelida, and Plesiosauria, which had attained so great a development in the Triassic epoch, must have been derived. The Amphibia and Pisces tell the same story. There is not a single class of vertebrated animals which, when it first appears, is represented by analogues of the lowest known members of the same class. Therefore, if there is any truth in the doctrine of evolution, every class must be vastly older than the first record of its appearance upon the surface of the globe. But if considerations of this kind compel us to place the origin of vertebrated animals at a period sufficiently distant from the Upper Silurian, in which the first elasmobranchs and ganoids occur, to allow of the evolution of such fishes as these from a vertebrate as simple as Amphioxus, I can only repeat that it is appalling to speculate upon the extent to which that origin must have preceded the epoch of the first recorded appearance of vertebrate life. Such is the further commentary which I have to offer upon the statement of the chief results of Palaeontology, which I formerly ventured to lay before you. End of section 24. Section 25 of Discourses, Biological and Geological by Thomas Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Palaeontology and the Doctrine of Evolution continued. But the growth of knowledge in the interval makes me conscious of an omission of considerable moment in that statement, inasmuch as it contains no reference to the bearings of palaeontology upon the theory of the distribution of life, nor takes note of the remarkable manner in which the facts of distribution in present and past times accord with the doctrine of evolution, especially in regard to land animals. That connection between palaeontology and geology in the present distribution of terrestrial animals, which so strikingly impressed Mr. Darwin 30 years ago as to lead him to speak of a law of succession of types, and of the wonderful relationship on the same continent between the dead and the living, has recently received much elucidation from the researches of Gaudry, of Rutemeyer, of Leidy, and of Alphonse Milne Edwards, taken in connection with the earlier labours of our lamented colleague Faulkner. And it has been instructively discussed in the thoughtful and ingenious work of Mr. Andrew Murray on the geographical distribution of mammals. Footnote: the paper on the form and distribution of the land tracts during the secondary and tertiary periods respectively, and on the effect upon animal life which great changes in geographical configuration have probably produced, by Mr. Searles V. Wood, Jr., which was published in the Philosophical Magazine in 1862, was unknown to me when this address was written. It is well worthy of the most careful study. End of footnote. I propose to lay before you, as briefly as I can, the ideas which a long consideration of the subject has given rise in my mind. If the doctrine of evolution is sound, one of its immediate consequences clearly is that the present distribution of life upon the globe is the product of two factors, the one being the distribution which obtained in the immediately preceding epoch, and the other the character and the extent of the changes which have taken place in physical geography between one epoch and the other. Or, to put the matter in another way, the fauna and flora of any given area in any given epoch can consist only of such forms of life as are directly descended from those which constituted the fauna and flora of the same area in the immediately preceding epoch,
unless the physical geography, under which I include climatal conditions of the area, has been so altered as to give rise to immigration of living forms from some other area. The evolutionist, therefore, is bound to grapple with the following problem whenever it is clearly put before him. Here are the faunae of the same area during successive epochs. Show good cause for believing either that these faunae have been derived from one another by gradual modification, or that the faunae have reached the area in question by migration from some area in which they have undergone their development. I propose to attempt to deal with this problem so far as it is exemplified by the distribution of the terrestrial vertebrata. And I shall endeavour to show you that it is capable of solution in a sense entirely favourable to the doctrine of evolution. I have elsewhere stated at length the reasons which lead me to recognise 4 primary distributional provinces for the terrestrial vertebrata in the present world, namely, first, the Novozelandian and the New Zealand province; secondly, the Australian province, including Australia, Tasmania, and the Negrito Islands; thirdly, Austro-Columbia, or South America plus North America as far as Mexico; and fourthly, the rest of the world, or Arctogaea, in which province America north of Mexico constitutes one sub-province, Africa south of the Sahara a second, Hindustan a third, and the remainder of the Old World a fourth. Now, the truth which Mr. Darwin perceived and promulgated as the law of the succession of types is that, in all these provinces, the animals found in Pliocene or later deposits are closely affined to those which now inhabit the same provinces, and that, conversely, the forms characteristic of other provinces are absent. North and South America perhaps present 1 or 2 exceptions to the last rule, but they are readily susceptible of explanation. Thus, in Australia, the later tertiary mammals are marsupials, possibly with the exception of the dog and a rodent or 2 as at present. In Austro-Columbia, the later tertiary fauna exhibits numerous and varied forms of platyrrhine apes, rodents, cats, dogs, stags, edentata, and opossums, but as at present, no catarrhine apes, no lemurs, no insectivora, oxen, antelopes, rhinoceroses, nor Didelphia other than opossums. And in the widespread Arctogaeal province, the Pliocene and later mammals belong to the same groups as those which now exist in the province. The law of succession of types, therefore, holds good for the present epoch as compared with its predecessor. Does it equally well apply to the Pliocene fauna when we compare it with that of the Miocene epoch? By great good fortune, an extensive mammalian fauna of the latter epoch has now become known in 4 very distant portions of the Arctogaeal province, which do not differ greatly in latitude. Thus, Faulkner and Courtly have made known the fauna of the sub-Himalayas and the Perim Islands, Gaudry that of Attica, many observers that of Central Europe and France, and Leidy that of Nebraska on the eastern flank of the Rocky Mountains. The results are very striking. The total Miocene fauna comprises many genera and species of catarrhine apes, of bats, of insectivora, of Arctogaeal types of rodentia, of proboscidea, of equine, rhinocerotic, and taperine quadrupeds, of cameline, bovine, antelopine, cervine, and traguline ruminants, of pigs and hippopotamuses, of Iveridae and Hyenidae, among other carnivora, with edentata allied to the arctogeal Orecterapus and Manus, and not to the Austrocolumbine edentates. The only type present in the Miocene, but absent in the existing fauna of eastern Arctogea, is that of the Didelphidae, which, however, remains in North America. But it is very remarkable that, while the Miocene fauna of the Arctogeal province as a whole is of the same character as the existing fauna of the same province as a whole, the component elements of the fauna were differently associated. In the Miocene epoch, North America possessed elephants, horses, rhinoceroses, and a great number of variety of ruminants and pigs, which are absent in the present indigenous fauna. Europe had its apes, elephants, rhinoceroses, tapirs, musk deer, giraffes, hyenas, great cats, edentates, and opossum-like marsupials, which have equally vanished from the present fauna. And in northern India, the African types of hippopotamuses, giraffes, and elephants were mixed up with what are now the Asiatic types of the latter, and with camels and Semnopithecine and Pithecine apes of no less distinctly Asiatic forms. In fact, the Miocene mammalian fauna of Europe and the Himalayan regions contains associated together the types which are at present separately located in the South African and Indian sub-provinces of Arctogea. Now, there is every reason to believe, on other grounds, that both Hindustan south of the Ganges and Africa south of the Sahara was separated by a wide sea from Europe and North Asia during the Middle and Upper Eocene epochs. Hence it becomes highly probable that the well-known similarities and no less remarkable differences between the present faunae of India and South Africa have arisen in some such fashion as the following. Sometime during the Miocene epoch, possibly when the Himalayan chain was elevated, the bottom of the Nummulitic Sea was upheaved and converted into dry land in the direction of a line extending from Abyssinia to the mouth of the Ganges. By this means, the Deccan on the one hand and South Africa on the other became connected with the Miocene dry land and with one another. The Miocene mammals spread gradually over this intermediate dry land, and if the condition of its eastern and western ends offered as wide contrasts as the valleys of the Ganges and Arabia do now, many forms which made their way into Africa must have been different from those which reached the Deccan, while others might pass into both these sub-provinces. That there was a continuity of dry land between Europe and North America during the Miocene epoch appears to me to be a necessary consequence of the fact that many genera of terrestrial mammals, such as castor, hystrix, elephas, mastodon, equus, hipparion, anchitherium, rhinoceros, cervus, amphicyon, hyenarctos, and machairodus, are common to the Miocene formations of the two areas, and have as yet been found, except perhaps Anchitherium, in no deposit of an earlier age. Whether this connection took place by the east or by the west, or by both sides of the Old World, there is at present no certain evidence, and the question is immaterial to the present argument. But as there are good grounds for the belief that the Australian province and the Indian and South African sub-provinces were separated by sea from the rest of Arctogea before the Miocene epoch, so it has been rendered no less probable by the investigations of Mr. Carrick Moore and Professor Duncan that Austrocolumbia was separated by sea from North America during a large part of the Miocene epoch. It is unfortunate that we have no knowledge of the Miocene mammalian fauna of the Australian and Austro-Columbian provinces, but seeing that not a trace of a Platyrrhine ape
of a procyanine carnivore, of a characteristically South American rodent, of a sloth, an armadillo, of an anteater, has yet been found in Miocene deposits of Arctogaea, I cannot doubt that they already existed in the Miocene Austro-Columbian province. Nor is it less probable that the characteristic types of Australian mammalia were already developed in that region in Miocene times. But Austro-Columbia presents difficulties from which Australia is free. Camelidae and Tapiridae are now indigenous in South America as they are in Arctogaea, and among the Pliocene Austro-Columbian mammals, the Arctogeal genera Equus, Mastodon, and Machairodus are numbered. Are these post-Miocene immigrants or pre-Miocene natives? Still more perplexing are the strange and interesting forms Toxodon, Macrauchenia typorium, and a new anaplotherioid mammal, Homalodotherium, which Dr. Cunningham sent over to me some time ago from Patagonia. I confess I am strongly inclined to surmise that these last, at any rate, are remnants of the population of Austro-Columbia before the Miocene epoch, and were not derived from Arctogaea by way of the north and east. The fact that this immense fauna of Miocene Arctogaea is now fully and richly represented only in India and in South Africa, while it is shrunk and depauperized in North Asia, Europe, and North America, becomes at once intelligible if we suppose that India and South Africa had but a scanty mammalian population before the Miocene immigration, while the conditions were highly favourable to the newcomers. It is to be supposed that these new regions offered themselves to the Miocene ungulates as South America and Australia offered themselves to the cattle, sheep, and horses of modern colonists. But after these great areas were thus peopled, came the glacial epoch, during which the excessive cold, to say nothing of depression and ice covering, must have almost depopulated all the northern parts of Arctogaea, destroying all the higher mammalian forms except those which, like the elephant and rhinoceros, could adjust their coats to the altered conditions. Even these must have been driven away from the greater part of the area. Only those Miocene mammals which had passed into Hindustan and into South Africa would escape decimation by such changes in the physical geography of Arctogaea. And when the northern hemisphere passed into its present condition, these lost tribes of the Miocene fauna were hemmed by the Himalayas, the Sahara, the Red Sea, and the Arabian deserts within their present boundaries. Now, on the hypothesis of evolution, there is no sort of difficulty in admitting that the differences between the Miocene forms of the mammalian fauna and those which exist at present are the results of gradual modification. And since such differences in distribution as obtain are readily explained by the changes which have taken place in the physical geography of the world since the Miocene epoch, it is clear that the result of the comparison of the Miocene and present faunae is distinctly in favour of evolution. Indeed, I may go further. I may say that the hypothesis of evolution explains the facts of Miocene, Pliocene, and recent distribution, and that no other supposition even pretends to account for them. It is indeed a conceivable supposition that every species of rhinoceros and every species of hyena in the long succession of forms between the Miocene and the present species was separately constructed out of dust or out of nothing by supernatural power. But until I receive distinct evidence of the fact, I refuse to run the risk of insulting any sane man by supposing that he seriously holds such a notion. End of section 25. Section 26 of Discourses, Biological and Geological by Thomas Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Palaeontology and the Doctrine of Evolution. Continued. Let us now take a step further back in time and inquire into the relations between the Miocene fauna and its predecessor of the Upper Eocene formation. Here it is to be regretted that our materials for forming a judgment are nothing to be compared in point of extent or variety with those which are yielded by the Miocene strata. However, what we do know of this Upper Eocene fauna of Europe gives sufficient positive information to enable us to draw some tolerably safe inferences. It has yielded representatives of insectivora, of Chiroptera, of Rodentia, of Carnivora, of Artiodactyl and Perissodactyl ungulata, and of opossum-like marsupials. No Australian type of marsupial has been discovered in the Upper Eocene strata, nor any edentate mammal. The genera, except perhaps in the case of some of the Insectivora, Chiroptera and Rodentia, are different from those of the Miocene epoch, but present a remarkable general similarity to the Miocene and recent genera. In several cases, as I have already shown, it has now been clearly made out that the relation between the Eocene and Miocene forms is such that the Eocene form is the less specialized, while its Miocene ally is more so, and the specialization reaches its maximum in the recent forms of the same type. So far as the Upper Eocene and Miocene mammalian faunae are comparable, their relations are such as in no way to oppose the hypothesis that the older are the progenitors of the more recent forms, while in some cases they distinctly favour that hypothesis. The period in time and the changes in physical geography represented by the nummulitic deposits are undoubtedly very great, while the remains of the Middle Eocene and Older Eocene mammals are comparatively few. The general facies of the Middle Eocene fauna, however, is quite that of the Upper. The Older Eocene pre-nummulitic mammalian fauna contains bats, 2 genera of Carnivora, 3 genera of Ungulata, probably all Perissodactyl, and a didelphid marsupial. All these forms, except perhaps the bat and the opossum, belong to genera which are not known to occur out of the Lower Eocene formation. The Coryphodon appears to have been allied to the Miocene and later tapirs, while Pliolophus, in its skull and dentition, curiously partakes of both Artiodactyl and Perissodactyl characters. The third trochanter upon its femur and its 3-toed hind foot, however, appear definitely to fix its position in the latter division. There is nothing, then, in what is known of the older Eocene mammals of the Arctogaeal province to forbid the supposition that they stood in an ancestral relation to those of the Calcaire grossier and the gypsum of the Paris basin, and that our present fauna, therefore, is directly derived from that which already existed in Arctogaea at the commencement of the Tertiary period. But if we now cross the frontier between the Cainozoic and the Mesozoic faunae, as they are preserved within the Arctogaeal area, we meet with an astounding change, and what appears to be a complete and unmistakable break in the line of biological continuity. Among the 12 or 14 species of Mammalia which are said to have been found in the Purbecks, not one is a member of the orders Chiroptera, Rodentia, Ungulata, or Carnivora, which are so well represented in the Tertiaries. No Insectivora are certainly known, nor any opossum-like marsupials. Thus there is a vast negative difference between the Cainozoic and the Mesozoic mammalian fauna of Europe, but there is a still more important positive difference, inasmuch as all these Mammalia appear to be marsupials belonging to Australian groups, and thus appertaining to a different distributional province from the Eocene and Miocene marsupials, which are Austro-Columbian. So far as the imperfect materials which exist enable a judgment to be formed, the same law appears to have held good for all the earlier Mesozoic Mammalia. Of the Stonesfield slate mammals, one, Amphitherium, has a definitely Australian character. One, Phascolartherium, may be either Dasyurid or Didelphine. Of a third, Stereognathus, nothing can at present be said. The two mammals of the Trias also appear to belong to Australian groups. Everyone is aware of the many curious points of resemblance between the marine fauna of the European Mesozoic rocks and that which now exists in Australia. But if there was this Australian facies about both the terrestrial and the marine faunae of Mesozoic Europe, and if there is this unaccountable and immense break between the fauna of Mesozoic and that of Tertiary Europe, is it not a very obvious suggestion that in the Mesozoic epoch the Australian province included Europe, and that the Arctogeal province was contained within other limits? The Arctogeal province is at present enormous, while the Australian is relatively small. Why should not these proportions have been different during the Mesozoic epoch? Thus I am led to think that by far the simplest and most rational mode of accounting for the great change which took place in the living inhabitants of the European area at the end of the Mesozoic epoch is a supposition that it arose from a vast alteration of the physical geography of the globe, whereby an area long tenanted by Cainozoic forms was brought into such relations with the European area that migration from the one to the other became possible and took place on a great scale. This supposition relieves us at once from the difficulty in which we were left some time ago by the arguments which are used to demonstrate the necessity of the existence of all the great types of the Eocene epoch in some antecedent period. It is this Mesozoic continent, which may well have lain in the neighbourhood of what are now the shores of the North Pacific Ocean, which I suppose to have been occupied by the Mesozoic Monodelphia, and it is in this region that I conceive they must have gone through the long series of changes by which they were specialised into the forms which we refer to different orders. I think it very probable that what is now South America may have received the characteristic elements of its mammalian fauna during the Mesozoic epoch, and there can be little doubt that the general nature of the change which took place at the end of the Mesozoic epoch in Europe was the upheaval of the eastern and northern regions of the Mesozoic sea bottom into a westward extension of the Mesozoic continent, over which the mammalian fauna by which it was already peopled gradually spread. This invasion of the land was prefaced by a previous invasion of the Cretaceous sea by modern forms of mollusca and fish. It is easy to imagine how an analogous change might come about in the existing world. There is at present a great difference between the fauna of the Polynesian islands and that of the west coast of America. The animals which are leaving their spoils in the deposits now forming in these localities are widely different. Hence, if a gradual shifting of the deep sea, which at present bars migration between the easternmost of these islands and America, took place to the westward, while the American side of the sea bottom was gradually upheaved, the palaeontologist of the future would find over the Pacific area exactly such a change as I am supposing to have occurred in the North Atlantic area at the close of the Mesozoic period. An Australian fauna would be found underlying the American fauna, and the transition from the one to the other will be as abrupt as that between the chalk and lower tertiaries. And as the drainage area of the newly formed extension of the American continent gave rise to rivers and lakes, the mammals mired in their mud would differ from those of like deposits on the Australian side, just as the Eocene mammals differ from those of the Purbecks. How do similar reasonings apply to the other great change of life, that which took place at the end of the Paleozoic period? In the Triassic epoch, the distribution of the dry land and of the terrestrial vertebrate life appears to have been generally similar to that which existed in the Mesozoic epoch, so that the Triassic continents and their faunae seem to be related to the Mesozoic lands and their faunae, just as those of the Miocene epoch are related to those of the present day. In fact, as I have recently endeavoured to prove to the Society, there was an arctogeal continent and an arctogeal province of distribution in Triassic times, as there is now, and the Sauropsida and Marsupialia which constituted that fauna were, I doubt not, the progenitors of the Sauropsida and Marsupialia of the whole Mesozoic epoch. Looking at the present terrestrial fauna of Australia, it appears to me to be very probable that it is essentially a remnant of the fauna of the Triassic, or even of an earlier age, in which case Australia must at that time have been in continuity with the arctogeal continent. Footnote: since this address was read, Mr. Krefft has sent us news of the discovery in Australia of a freshwater fish of strangely Paleozoic aspect, and apparently a ganoid intermediate between Dipterus and Lepidosiren, in square brackets, the now well-known Ceratodus, 1894, end of footnote. But now comes the further inquiry: where was the highly differentiated Sauropsidan fauna of the Trias in Paleozoic times? The supposition that the Dinosaurian, Crocodilian, Dicynodontian, and Plesiosaurian types were suddenly created at the end of the Permian epoch may be dismissed without further consideration as a monstrous and unwarranted assumption. The supposition that all these types were rapidly differentiated out of Lacertilia in the time represented by the passage from the Paleozoic to the Mesozoic formation appears to me to be hardly more credible, to say nothing of the indications of the existence of dinosaurian forms in the Permian rocks, which have already been obtained. For my part, I entertain no sort of doubt that the reptiles, birds, and mammals of the Trias are the direct descendants of the reptiles, birds, and mammals which existed in the latter part of the Paleozoic epoch, but not in any area of the present dry land which has yet been explored by the geologist. This may seem a bold assumption, but it will not appear unwarrantable to those who reflect upon the very small extent of the earth's surface which has hitherto exhibited the remains of the great mammalian fauna of Eocene times. In this respect, the Permian land vertebrate fauna appears to me to be related to the Triassic, much as the Eocene is to the Miocene. Terrestrial reptiles have been found in Permian rocks only in 3 localities, in some spots of France and recently of England, and over a more extensive area in Germany. Who can suppose that the few fossils yet found in these regions give any sufficient representation of the Permian fauna? It may be said that the Carboniferous formations demonstrate the existence of a vast extent of dry land in the present dry land area, and that the supposed terrestrial Paleozoic vertebrate fauna ought to have left its remains in the coal measures, especially as there is now reason to believe that much of the coal was formed by the accumulation of spores and sporangia on dry land. But if we consider the matter more closely, I think that this apparent objection loses its force. It is clear that during the Carboniferous epoch, the vast area of land which is now covered by coal measures must have been undergoing a gradual depression. The dry land thus depressed must therefore have existed as such before the Carboniferous epoch, in other words, in Devonian times. And its terrestrial population may never have been other than such as existed during the Devonian or some previous epoch, although much higher forms may have been developed elsewhere. Again, let me say that I am making no gratuitous assumption of inconceivable changes. It is clear that the enormous area of Polynesia is, on the whole, an area over which depression has taken place to an immense extent. Consequently, a great continent, or assemblage of subcontinental masses of land, must have existed at some former time, and that at a recent period, geologically speaking, in the area of the Pacific. But if that continent had contained mammals, some of them must have remained to tell the tale, and as it is well known that these islands have no indigenous mammalia, it is safe to assume that none existed. Thus, midway between Australia and South America, each of which possesses an abundant and diversified mammalian fauna, a mass of land, which may have been as large as both put together, must have existed without a mammalian inhabitant. Suppose that the shores of this great land were fringed, as those of tropical Australia are now, with belts of mangroves, which would extend landwards on the one side and be buried beneath littoral deposits on the other side as depression went on, and great beds of mangrove lignite might accumulate over the sinking land. Let upheaval of the whole now take place in such a manner as to bring the emerging land into continuity with the South American or Australian continent, and in the course of time it will be peopled by an extension of the fauna of one of these two regions, just as I imagine the European Permian dry land to have been peopled. I see nothing whatever against the supposition that distributional provinces of terrestrial life existed in the Devonian epoch, inasmuch as M. Barrande has proved that they existed much earlier. I am aware of no reason for doubting that, as regards the grades of terrestrial life contained in them, one of these may have been related to another, as New Zealand is to Australia, or as Australia is to India at the present day. Analogy seems to me to be rather in favour of than against the supposition that, while only ganoid fishes inhabited the fresh waters of our Devonian land, amphibia and reptilia, or even higher forms, may have existed, though we have not yet found them. The earliest Carboniferous amphibia now known, such as Anthracosaurus, are so highly specialised that I can by no means conceive that they have been developed out of Piscine forms in the interval between the Devonian and Carboniferous periods, considerable as that is. And I take refuge in one of two alternatives. Either they existed in our own area during the Devonian epoch, and we have simply not yet found them, or they formed part of the population of some other distributional province of that day, and only entered our area by migration at the end of the Devonian epoch. Whether reptilia and mammalia existed along with them is to me at present a perfectly open question, which is just as likely to receive an affirmative as a negative answer from future inquirers. Let me now gather together the threads of my argumentation into the form of a connected hypothetical view of the manner in which the distribution of living and extinct animals has been brought about. I conceive that the distinct provinces of the distribution of terrestrial life have existed since the earliest period at which that life is recorded, and possibly much earlier. And I suppose with Mr. Darwin that the progress of modification of terrestrial forms is more rapid in areas of elevation than in areas of depression. I take it to be certain that labyrinthodont amphibia existed in the distributional province which included the dry land depressed during the Carboniferous epoch, and I conceive that in some other distributional provinces of that day, which remained in the condition of stationary or of increasing dry land, the various types of the terrestrial Sauropsida and of the Mammalia were gradually developing. The Permian epoch marks the commencement of a new movement of upheaval in our area, which attained its maximum in the Triassic epoch, when dry land existed in North America, Europe, Asia, and Africa, as it does now. Into this great new continental area, the mammals, birds, and reptiles developed during the Paleozoic epoch spread, and formed the great Triassic Arctogaeal province. But at the end of the Triassic period, the movement of depression recommenced in our area, though it was doubtless balanced by elevation elsewhere. Modification and development, checked in the one province, went on in that elsewhere, and the chief forms of mammals, birds, and reptiles as we know them were evolved and peopled the Mesozoic continent. I conceive Australia to have become separated from the continent as early as the end of the Triassic epoch, or not much later. The Mesozoic continent must, I conceive, have lain to the east, about the shores of the North Pacific and Indian Oceans, and I am inclined to believe that it continued along the eastern side of the Pacific area to what is now the province of Austro-Columbia, the characteristic fauna of which is probably a remnant of the population of the latter part of this period. Towards the latter part of the Mesozoic period, the movement of upheaval around the shores of the Atlantic once more recommenced, and was very probably accompanied by a depression around those of the Pacific. The vertebrate fauna elaborated in the Mesozoic continent moved westward and took possession of the new lands, which gradually increased in extent up to, and in some directions after, the Miocene epoch. It is in favour of this hypothesis, I think, that it is consistent with the persistence of a general uniformity in the positions of the great masses of land and water. From the Devonian period or earlier to the present day, the four great oceans, Atlantic, Pacific, Arctic, and Antarctic, may have occupied their present positions, and only their coasts and channels of communication have undergone an incessant alteration. And finally, the hypothesis I have put before you requires no supposition that the rate of change in organic life has been either greater or less in ancient times than it is now, nor any assumption, either physical or biological, which has not its justification in analogous phenomena of existing nature. I have now only to discharge the last duty of my office, which is to thank you, not only for the patient attention with which you have listened to me so long to-day, but also for the uniform kindness with which, for the past 2 years, you have rendered my endeavours to perform the important and often laborious functions of your President a pleasure instead of a burden. End of section 26. End of Discourses, Biological and Geological, by Thomas Huxley.